Test, test, test.
All right, we're about to get started over here on the Clark division with qualification match 36. On the Red Alliance, we have team 12682, the Golden Ratio. With them is their alliance partner 15450, Da Vinci Dragon Thunder. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 201, Bronco Bots 1. And their alliance partner 5828, EMP Chaos. All right, and we're ready to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, everybody, welcome back to our Michiana premiere event. This is day 2, starting off strong with match 36 on Clark Division. We have 12-6-8-2, the Golden Ratio, scoring already 3 samples in the upper red basket. On the Blue Alliance, 201, that's Bronco Boss, scored a second specimen for the blue upper chamber. Here comes a third, and they've got it using that differential swerve drive. On the other side of the field, Da Vinci's Dragon Thunder, looks like they got one specimen, nice job. And here comes the end of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We go, Natalia, with red slightly in the lead, 84-63. Da Vinci Dragon Thunder moving a dropped specimen over to the Red Alliance observation zone to be readjusted. Their alliance partner bringing 2 more samples already preset on the field, ready to start reaching into the submersible during the Talia period. Bronco Bots moving extremely fast with their differential swerve drive. That robot has a very precise active intake on the end of that arm, and they're using it to grab samples and bring to the human player. EMP Chaos for the Blue Alliance aren't using their arm, shuffling some samples into the net zone. I'm not sure if their intake has issues or not, but hopefully they'll be able to use it in the rest of the match. Teams, you have 1 minute remaining. Da Vinci Dragon Thunder for the Red Alliance, 15-4-50, switching from collecting samples to now moving the specimens over to the red upper chamber to start cashing in all those points. Their alliance partner, Golden Ratio, 12-6-82, has scored loads of samples for that upper red basket. At some point soon, they might have to start scoring in the lower basket with how many are up there. They don't want to risk losing any. 6 specimens for the Blue Alliance in these last 30 seconds. The Golden Ratio, another sample. Their active intake has a color sensor allowing them to filter out any samples of the wrong color. We got a climb from the Blue Alliance. That's courtesy of EMP Chaos going up for a level 2 potentially. 10 seconds left, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a last-minute climb attempt, courtesy of Golden Ratio for the Red Alliance.
All right, we're going to get started shortly with qualification match 37. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14204 Super Screen Bros. Their alliance partner is team 19434 Redstone EXE. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 18221 Meta Infinity. And their alliance partner 24881 Couture.
Blue Lions ready? Blue Lions. Yep.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we're getting started with the match. Super Screen Bros are pushing samples into the observation zone to make specimen during the autonomous period. Over on the Blue Alliance, team 18221 Meta Infinity has scored a couple samples into the basket. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 19434 Redstone EXCs chugging away at scoring yellow samples in the high basket. They've gotten 3 so far. And
Drivers,
we have 3
pick up your
specimen on the
controllers.
4 specimen on the Red Alliance.
3, 2,
Viewers
1.
at the end of autonomous with 2 on the blue side. All right. Super Screen Bros is working on picking up a red sample. Looks like they're focusing on specimen while their alliance partner is focusing on scoring in the high basket for the Red Alliance side. A similar partnership is going on the Blue Alliance side. We have team 24881 working on creating samples while their alliance partner 18221 is scoring yellow samples into the high basket.
Minute 23 to go in this match now here on the Clark Division. All 4 robots still racing around, working to build up their own alliance's scores. For example, take Meta Infinity 18221 of the Blue Alliance. That machine from Highland Park cycling samples out from that submersible zone and taking them up towards that high basket at 8 points apiece. Here they go with one. Don't quite get it in their arm, but they can try again. They've still got a minute to work it out. Over on the Red Alliance side, Super Screen Bros in the red, possibly having a bit of trouble with a sample stuck in their robot. They attempted to have their alliance partner 19434. That's Redstone.exe pull out the sample, but they weren't quite able to get it, and Redstone goes back to scoring in the high basket. 38 seconds to go. Team still working. For example, 24881, that's Quator from Kazakhstan. They're cycling some specimens off of the alliance wall now, as we come under 30 seconds to go with that whistle. Super Screen Bros moving into a defensive position, looking to slow down this Blue Alliance as we approach the end of this match. But Meta Infinity getting around them and going to score that sample into the high basket yet again. 10 seconds to go. Super Screen Bros going up with their climber. They may be trying to go for an ascent in these final 5 seconds. If they're able to get up, that could be worth some points, but they aren't quite able to get in as the buzzer sounds.
We're about to announce scores for qualification match 36, but really quick, we need to go over a yellow card that was awarded during that match. Team 5828 received a violation for G502 for taking too long to get their robot off of the field. For those of you in the audience, yellow cards do carry through qualification matches. So if a team receives a yellow card in a match and receives one later on in another match, it could escalate to a red card. Let's go ahead and see those scores for qualification match 36. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 257 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 38 on the Red Alliance, we have team 14596 Accelerate. All right, we can do a little better than that, audience. Let's try that one more time. 14596 Accelerate. Thank you. We also have with them 18255 Stealth Robotics. Woo! On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 14270 Quantum Robotics. And team 14756 Armada Pie Gears. All right, let's get this match started.
Are we done messing around? Are you guys good? All right, now we're ready.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Our head ref, Kat, here, making sure everybody's following the rules right before the match starts, but immediate movement from both robots on both Alliance. Look over on the Blue Alliance, Quantum Robotics extending their tall arm. They might have a pivoting mechanism at the top to help precisely drop samples into the upper basket. Their Alliance partner, Armada Pie Gears, with a second specimen up on the upper blue chamber. 5 seconds left. We have one robot on the Red Alliance with a level 1 ascent and 3 specimens.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As tie-up begins, we see robots going straight for those samples in the center of the submersible. Accelerate on the Red Alliance, bringing in one of those preset Alliance-specific samples. Here comes a second one from the submersible using that active intake and pivoting arm. Their Alliance partner, Stealth Robotics, very quickly maneuvering with another arm of their own, back and forth between the submersible and the basket, scoring sample after sample. Armada Pie Gears back and forth, an orange blur across the blue side of the field. Another sample courtesy of 14706. Their Alliance partner 14270 also grabbing sample after sample, bringing them up to that upper basket. Their double expansion robot archetype is extremely fast because they have a horizontal and a vertical extension, so they can just basically go from one straight to the other with those game pieces. We have 1 minute remaining. A little bit of a collision between the two blue robots. Coordination between your drivers can make the difference between a match. Accelerate on the Red Alliance using a secondary arm designed specifically for those specimens. A lot of teams seem to have one arm for collecting samples and one for specimens, which makes sense in a game where the two game elements can be so difficult to manipulate. 33 seconds. As we go to the last 30 seconds of the match, Blue Alliance in the lead, 265 to 201, but the Red Alliance could catch up with some clever plays and some mistakes from the blue team. Both alliances seem pretty equal in terms of the bucket and the specimens. That Otto is what's currently winning. 13 seconds left. It looks like we see Accelerate going for a suspension, some tipping from Stealth Robotics. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. And in that last second, we see all 4 robots going for suspension. I don't know if that red robot got that level 3. It seems like they're moving at the end of the match. So we'll have to see what the judges have to say after the scores.
With the conclusion of that match, let's take a look back at qualification 37 scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match 37 with 237 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 39 on the Red Alliance side, we have team 26260 root -4. All right, that was weak, audience. Let's try that again. Team 26260 root -4. Thank you. With them is team 19053 Homo Sapiens. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 14739 Metal Benders. And their alliance partner 14906 Leviathan Robotics. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Another autonomous period underway here on the Clark division. All four robots working to build up their scores. 14-7-39. That's Metal Benders from Oxford, Michigan, going to drop off a sample in the high basket. Now holding off as their alliance partner. That's Leviathan Robotics from Tulsa, going to grab those specimens that they set up off the alliance wall, scoring them up on the high chamber at 10 points apiece. If they remain for 10 more seconds at the end of the match, that'll be 10 additional points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots, possibly some communications difficulties for the Blue Alliance Metal Benders. Our FTAs have been called in to help them out. They still have a full 2 minutes to work out communications of their robot and rejoin this match. Looking to the Red Alliance side of the field, 19053, that's Homo sapiens from Romania, quickly cycling many samples out of the submersible zone. As for the Blue Alliance, Metal Benders back to life and scoring for that Blue Alliance. 26260, that's Route -4 from Springdale, Arkansas on the Red Alliance, down by that high basket. They drop a sample up there for 8 points right there. Going to grab another from their ascent zone, lining up with their claw to get it off the floor if they can, which they do. Going to score it as well. Minute 12 to go, 143 to 122. Only a 21-point gap between these teams at this moment in time. That is still a very close match with how high scoring this game is. 19053, that's Homo sapiens making quick work of some of those samples in the submersible zone, retrieving them out and taking them back to their human player, who has a sizable stockpile of specimens waiting. What looks to be at least 8 of these specimens waiting for scoring onto that high chamber by the Homo sapiens machine out of Romania. 14906 Leviathan Robotics employing a similar strategy with what appears to be a stockpile of possibly 7, maybe 6 more specimens waiting. As a reminder, specimens for either alliance are worth 10 points at the end of this match. There's our end game whistle. 30 seconds to go right here in South Bend. Team still focusing on building up those scoring elements, scores, with robots scoring both their specimen stockpiles on the high chamber, rounding those out for Homo sapiens. There they go, last specimen up, as they go to possibly build one more in these final 10 seconds. And our first ascent coming in from Metal Benders of the Blue Alliance. If they can get up, that could be a 15-point level 1 ascent, as we're at attempts for 2 of them, and time expires.
What an exciting match. For qualification match 38, our scorekeeper has told me that this is the first time in the Clark division that both teams are over 300 points. Let's go ahead and take a look at those scores. And the Blue Alliance wins qualification match 38 with 345 points to Red Alliance's 329. Congratulations to both teams. All right, it looks like we're waiting for another team to get started here for qualification match 40. It does seem like Team 20439 Metal Overtight is not here today, so unfortunately we're going to have to get started without them. On the Red Alliance side, we have Team 23469 Gear Girls. With them is Team 4780 Robolution. And on the Red Alliance side, we have 9879 Root Negative 1. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off with some immediately quick movement, courtesy of Robolution on the Red Alliance. That's 4780. Watch as they shuffle in samples into the human player observation zone. Unfortunately, missed the first, and it looks like the third one as well. So the human player is only going to be able to give them a few specimens during this auto match. On the other side of the field, Root Negative 1 is doing extremely well with those specimens. There's their third one, and looks like they're already parked in the observation zone, just hanging out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, some capturing on Robolution onto the game elements. They might be stuck on that upper red chamber. They might need to get their alliance partner to help them out. Oh, no worries. Extending backwards got them out with a quick jostle from the robot. Their alliance partner, Gear Girls, collecting a sample and bringing it into the upper red basket. You see some teams using this big bucket archetype on the robot where a precise grabber hands it into a large bucket. And this might seem less precise, and it is. And that's a good thing because a less precise robot is one that scores faster and more efficiently because you don't need to worry as much about driving well. The Blue Alliance side of the field, Root Negative 1 holding their own, actually in the lead right now despite missing their alliance partner with a score of 116 to 52 points. Some unlucky movements from both of the red robots has set the tone for this match. Oh no, Gear Girl seems to be out of order. I see some bending in that back right bumper. I hope that they can get this figured out by the end of the match. Robolution not phased a bit, still scoring as many specimens as they can for the Red Alliance. 98-79, that's Root Negative 1 for the Blue Alliance, collecting more samples for the upper blue basket. 43 seconds remaining. Robolution on red, still maneuvering their claw to get that specimen. It's difficult to do, but when you get it right, that kind of robot with a precise claw to get a specimen can be extremely fast. 26 seconds remaining. Watch out for any of these robots that might go for a suspension. Looks like Gear Girls is back in the action, collecting another sample, but that back right bumper is still bent, and I hear some weird noises from the robot. Hopefully this won't cause any damage, lasting the rest of the tournament. Entanglement between the two intakes on the Red and Blue Alliance on the submersible with 7 seconds remaining. This might make the difference. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man, that blue robot was going for a suspension. This might maybe lead to a penalty. We'll have to see what happens.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 40, let's go ahead and take a look at those scores for qualification 39. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 336 points. The teams are really bringing it today. All right, over here on field 1, on the Red Alliance side, we have team 10644 Silex. With them is team 18802 Robo Renegades. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. All right, audience, this is a little weak. Let's try to be louder for the next team. Team 23344 Technical Turbulence. Thank you. We're finalizing moving robots on the field before we get started. Audience, how are we doing this morning? Is everyone pumped? Are y'all ready? There's 300s all day, all on the board, right? We're excited for that? It's a little weak. I don't feel a lot of excitement from you, but we'll get there. We'll get there. It's early. I know. I got you. We've all been up early too. I understand, but we'll get more pumped as we get through matches. Thank you. All right, the FTA has stepped off the field. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 41 underway here at the Michiana Premier Event Clark Division. All 4 robots racing around the field, seeing that double duty going on that we've seen a lot today of teams focusing one robot on scoring samples into their high baskets, one on scoring specimens onto that high chamber, which is the red plastic bar on that submersible structure in the center of the field. 10 seconds to go. All 4 robots still zooming around. This is going to be a very high-scoring autonomous all around as we come down to that final auto buzzer.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Both teams already in the triple digits, 148 to 131 towards the Red Alliance. Just a 17-point gap at this point as these teams all start racing around the field to build up those scores. Let's take 23-344. That's technical turbulence from Plano, Texas, of the Blue Alliance, lining up to grab a sample from the submersible zone, launching it down to the observation zone, where their human player places on a clip and turns it into a specimen. Over on the Red Alliance side, 10-644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan, going in to do the same thing for their alliance, dropping off a sample for their human player to turn into a specimen. Blue Alliance also has a robot in that submersible zone at the same time as the other alliances. That's 24685 Lovington Black Cats from Lovington, New Mexico. They're going in to retrieve some samples from that central submersible zone, placing it into their bucket, extending their slanted elevator, and flipping it over to try and dump it out, but having a bit of trouble as their bucket gets hooked on the high basket. They do free it, however, and are able to move on. Their alliance over on the Red Alliance side of the field, their robot covering that as well as 18802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're grabbing samples from the central submersible zone and, like just there, dropping them off into the high basket, 8 points apiece. They're going back to get another, retrieving it with their claw, rotating up their arm and sliding it out to go score if they can. Which they can as we hit 30 seconds to go. Tight match still. 3-point gap at only 20 seconds left in this match. It could come down to anything as we enter the final 15 seconds. 1-point separation at this point in time. Red Alliance building up some of those last specimens up. Cybugs getting the last one up. First team in the air for that Red Alliance going up. We appear to have all 4 robots trying to get in the air. 3 appear to be up as the buzzer sounds.
All right, folks, y'all know what's next. With the conclusion of that match, let's take a look at the scores from the previous match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 40 with 175 points. All right, getting started over here on field 2 for qualification match 42. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 21355 Turtle Tech. Thank you, audience. Also on the Red Alliance is team 8672 You Bet. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 23641 Cube Robot. And their alliance partner, all the way from Vietnam, team 25152 F3DN. As soon as the field crew clears the field, we can go ahead and get started with this match. All right, Blue Alliance has preloaded their specimen. They're getting their stuff started.
Sorry about the delay with match 42 here, folks. Sounds like one of our robots, Huberbot, who I don't think have been over here on field 2 yet so far this tournament, might be slightly out of size and beginning of autonomous. So we're just making sure that everybody's following the rules okay for this match.
All right, we're ready to get started. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match 42 here on Clark Field 2. We see movement from both robots on the Red Alliance. Turtletech reaching up with that massive crane. They got that sample up in the top basket. Let's see if they go for any other in this match. Looks like they're just going to do that level 1 ascent parking. Their alliance partner, 86-72, going for a sample score on the red upper chamber. Sounds like... Sounds like we had a slightly late start here on Clark 2 with the timer. So we're just going to wait for that timer to count down all the way before we continue to tell you.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Going in a teleop, Kirobot now gets a chance to start moving. Looks like their driver is extending their arm into the submersible to grab their first sample. Here comes a couple more of those presets that I assume they would have gotten during auto, but unfortunately due to that out of size robot, they'll have to adjust that back in the pit to see if they can run it again at the next match. On the Red Alliance, you bet. That would be 86-72, shuffling in those samples. Unfortunately, they seem to have gotten stuck on top of one of them. That's a difficulty you have to expect when you have a robot here with exposed mechanism wheels. Those mechanism rollers tend to climb over anything that they come in contact with, which can be good for some games, but in this game, with such a weird game element, it's really easy to get caught on them, and then now you're stuck for the rest of the match. So designing around that is a good challenge for teams to handle. Their alliance partner, Turtletech, with a very large crane arm that looks honestly pretty incredible. They're maneuvering really large despite the size, which takes a lot of skill from both the designers and drivers. On the Blue Alliance, we see F3DN. That's 25-152 on the back of the blue field, scoring more samples with that large extending arm. Their alliance partner, Kirobot, despite missing auto, is having no issue collecting sample after sample. Notice how the robot grabs a sample from submersible, brings it to the observation zone, and at the same time collects a new specimen to score. This strategy is extremely effective, and the team that I think was one of the first to invent it is actually here today at the tournament, so they're doing it extremely well. With 20 seconds remaining, we have loads of specimen up on that blue chamber, one for the red chamber. Unfortunately, UBET seems to be having some issues, but there's no issue for them. They're still scoring as best they can. 10 seconds left. Let's see if anybody goes for a sense. Turtletech beginning the first climb with their arm. 3, 2, 1. And we will park from one blue robot as well as that ascent courtesy of Turtletech on the Red Alliance.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 43, let's go ahead and look at the scores for 42. Sorry, 41. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 348 points. We're going to go ahead and get match started over here. In 3, 2, 1. Not ready? Okay. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, sorry for not announcing the teams quite yet. Over here on the Red Alliance, we have Team 20936, Royal Engineers, and their alliance partner, Team 24158, Green Gang. And on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 20525, Cyber Vipers, and their alliance partner, Team 24809, Minerva.
Now we have 10 seconds to go in the autonomous period. All three robots still racing around the field to build up their scores as we come into the final seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
91-83 coming out of the autonomous period. 8-point lead to the Red Alliance. It is still incredibly tight and will come down to the teleoperated period. 20525. That's Cyber Vipers from Granada Hills, California, going up to try and drop off a specimen. Not quite getting it, though. They extend their possible manipulator to go and retrieve that specimen or a sample, possibly, to help this match progress. Their alliance partner, 24809, PRC GC Minerva from Thailand, going down to retrieve that sample off of the floor. They've got it in their manipulator and drop it off in the observation zone. Moving over to the Red Alliance side of the field, 20936 Royal Engineers from Romania with the machine in blue going to retrieve those samples off of the Alliance, off of the submersible floor, grabbing an Alliance neutral one, but dropping it as they go back to retrieve it again. They place it into their claw, go up, and score it in the Red Alliance high basket right there for 8 points. The other member of the Red Alliance, 24158, that's Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. They're going in with their manipulator, sending it into the submersible zone to try and grab a sample if they can, possibly having a bit of trouble getting lined up with one as they try to retrieve one for their Alliance's purposes. There they go. They got a red one there, right there, taking it back to their observation zone to send it down for use by their human player to make a specimen. There's the end game whistle, 30 seconds to go. Teams need to start thinking about how they want to finish out this match. So far, all teams are prioritizing scoring with those scoring elements, dropping off the specimens, which have the clips on the high chamber, and samples in that high basket. Blue Alliance building out its final supply to get some more scoring done as we enter the final 6 and 5 seconds. First team's going up. We see the team from Romania going up as they can. One for blue going up as well. The team from Thailand as time expires.
All right. With the conclusion of that match, let's go ahead and see the results for 42. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for their win on qualification match 42 with 304 points. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 44, on the Red Alliance side, we have team 11848 Spare Part Robotics. And their alliance partner team 14841 Mighty Meadow Bots Blue. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 28596 Hypernova. And their alliance partner team 10136 Frost Robo Falcons. All right, we're good to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
At the beginning of this tie-up, watch out for that robot in blue, 28596 Hypernova. Their intake seems to be one of the most advanced I've seen yet in FTC, as not only does it have a differential wrist for the end of the grabber, as well as a twisting mechanism, but that grabber also slides left and right on the edge of their extension, which is incredibly advanced, but as you can see, they're having some difficulties with scoring those specimens despite being so fast.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Some incredibly high scoring autos here from the Blue Alliance with a score of 144. Frost Robo Falcons has already scored several specimens or samples up in the upper basket. Looks like both blue robots just swapped sides so that a team that is better with one or the other task is now at the spot that they are better at. 11848 on the Red Alliance. That's Spare Parts Robotics in green, reaching in with that 3D printed precise arm. Looks a lot like those professional arms you'd see in a manufacturing plant, bringing samples back and forth from the submersible into the human player station. Their alliance partner, Mighty Metalbots Blue, 14841, also reaching in. Looks like they're coming in contact a bit with Frost Robo Falcons on the front of that submersible. Defending against other teams who are trying to intake from the submersible is an extremely effective strategy, as you slow down their scoring as well as being able to score for yourself. Again, a conflict. It seems like Frost Robo Falcons has recognized that they need to slow down that other robot because Mighty Metalbots is an extremely effective robot design with that pivoting arm. Lots of pivoting arm robot designs here at the tournament, but theirs is unique as it's one of the only ones powered by a linkage which rotates back and forth, allowing the arm to lock in place rather than being powered by a gear. 37 seconds remaining. Hypernova on the Blue Alliance still scoring several samples. That upper blue basket looking mighty full. We've seen some rattling on the upper basket. We've seen some masses in the past tip over, so hopefully we don't see that happen today with their robot. 20 seconds left. The Red Alliance catching up with tons of specimens scored in the upper red chamber, courtesy of Spare Parts Robotics. 13 seconds. Frost Robo Falcons for the Blue Alliance is going for it in a sense. They're going for a level 3. Let's see if they can get it. Their alliance partner, Hypernova, also going for an ascent. Let's see if we see any red robots. 2, 1. Wow, some very quick climbs from both robots in the Blue Alliance. I don't know if Hypernova got it or Frost, but we'll have to see what the refs say.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification 44, let's take a look at the 43 scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 270 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 45 on the Red Alliance, we have team 5143 Eccentrics. And their alliance partner 4509 Excalibots. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 19047 Raventech HD. And their alliance partner 8579 Classical Engineers. All right, it seems like we're just waiting for a couple robots to connect here on the field.
Red Alliance ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yes, sir.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Another autonomous moving here in Clark. Match 45 now. 8579 on the Blue Alliance. That's Classical Engineers from Temperance, Michigan. Go to place a sample into their big scoring bucket, but they don't quite get it. Thankfully, it's able to fall right through their robot and not get stuck. 19047 of the Blue Alliance as well. That's Raventech HD. They're going up with those specimens towards the high chamber at 10 points apiece, 20 apiece if they remain at the end of autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now driving around their robots directly. We have the team from Iowa, 5143 Eccentrics out of Cedar Rapids, going up with that sample towards that high basket. They're extending now their manipulator into the center, the submersible at the center of that structure in the midfield. The submersible going up with that sample again in that high basket. Each of those up there is 8 points for the Alliance. Their alliance partner, 4509, that's Excalibots from Minnesota. They're extending their manipulator into the submersible zone as well, looking to grab a sample if they can, which they do, bringing it over to the Red Alliance observation zone, then spinning around to grab a specimen for their use. They get it, go up, line up to pull it on, and get it for the first specimen score to that Red Alliance. 10 points right there. They're now shuffling another specimen down to the observation zone so their human player can help them get it aligned as they go back to retrieve more samples. 60 seconds to go at this moment in time. Both alliances still working to quickly build up their scores. 19047, that's a team from Romania. Raventech HD taking another specimen off their alliance wall, going to score as they keep retrieving samples out of the middle, going to take them and then drop them off so they can get more specimens made. With that most recent one, it does appear the sample actually popped off of its clip, fell back to the floor, so that can be available as, for example, their alliance partner, 8579 Classical Engineers, grabs it instead for that high basket score. 23 seconds to go at this moment in time. All four alliances still prioritizing those scoring element scores as they look to build up their own scores as high as possible, both for the possible win and for showcasing their abilities to possible alliance captains down the road. 6 seconds to go. We have some parks coming in. No ascents yet, but that may be changing as the team from Romania goes up and just barely gets up. Same for the team from Iowa on red as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, you know what that means. Let's look at qualification match 44 scores. Congratulations to the Blue Lions for winning qualification match 44 with 370 points. Wow, our teams are really bringing it today. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 46 on the Red Alliance side, we have team 14126 Fibonacci. And their alliance partner team 23321 FPT Don Don 1. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 13356 RoboForce. And their alliance partner team 4224 Why Not Robots. As soon as our FTA gives the go-ahead, we'll turn this over and get this match started. As always, thank you to our fearless field crew for getting all of our robots set up and managing all of the matches. Y'all are amazing. All right, I've been given the go-ahead. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
As the tournament begins, we see some quick movement from RoboForce on the Blue Alliance with one specimen scored, now bringing a sample from inside the submersible. They must have some sort of vision algorithm in the robot to detect where those samples are. Their alliance partner, 4224 Why Not Robots, scored a sample and are now waiting for a precise time to move again. Fibonacci on the Red Alliance with a sample scored. Their alliance partner, FPT Denong 1, also scoring 2 specimens. Here comes a third with 3 seconds remaining. They got it. Nice job.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Kicking off Teliot with movement from all robots. FPT Denong 1 reaching into the area with preset alliance-specific samples. Their wrist is rotating, I think, by itself to adjust and get just the right angle to collect these samples off the ground. On the Blue Alliance, with that large pivoting arm mechanism, it's RoboForce collecting sample after sample. Their alliance partner, Why Not Robots, with another sample in the high blue basket. They seem to be scoring extremely effectively, but Fibonacci on the other side of the field is almost matching them with some of their sample scoring. Here comes another one, courtesy of Fibonacci, with that very unique looking claw design. Notice the blue curved bits, I think maybe made of TPU, so for a more precise and higher friction grab onto these samples. FPT Denong 1 has begun collecting specimens from the human player station. The Blue Alliance, though, is definitely in the lead in terms of specimens with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 specimens now, as I was saying that. Thanks to 13356 RoboForce. 35 seconds remaining. Fibonacci, that robot on the Red Alliance, scoring another sample up high for the Red. Oh, unfortunately, just dropping it down and getting caught on the basket. With 20 seconds left, Blue Alliance is in a fairly strong lead, but that might change in the end of this match. FPT Denong 1 having some robot issues in the last 10 seconds. Oh no, this might change the outcome. Oh, they're moving again. All good. Fibonacci going for a level 2 suspension. 5 seconds left. These Blue Alliance robots also ascending in 2, 1. Some last minute climb attempts right in the last end of the match. I believe we might have one robot from each alliance with a level 2. We'll have to see what the refs say at the end of the match.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 46, let's look at the scores for 45. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win of 293 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 47, on the Red Alliance side, we have team 4780 Robolution. All right, audience, let's try to get pumped up again. Let's try that one more time. 4780 Robolution. And their alliance partner team 14204 Super Scream Bros. Wow, y'all have a fan base. All right, on the Blue Alliance side, we have team 23443 Robo Support. And their alliance partner team 21355 Turtle Tech. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 47 now on the Clark division. 23-443 with the pinkish robot going to try and score a sample, but not quite getting it, as the robot gets one stuck in its robot, and they are forced to stop their autonomous. 47-80 Robolution, they go to score some more specimens, just barely overshoot, though, as they get another shot in these final 10 seconds of the autonomous period. Super Scream Bros doing the job of filling up the high basket with samples at 8 points apiece.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
8 points apiece, and then those can be worth 8 additional points if they remain at the end of the teleoperated period. 21-3, 5-5 Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin, going to score a sample up into the high basket. They're dropping it off for 8 points apiece. They get one up there, now go to score some more presets off of the floor, lining up to try and grab it from the ground. It would appear that 23-443 Robo Support out of Sugar Land, Texas, has freed that sample that got stuck in their robot. As such, they have been able to rejoin the match and start scoring more scoring elements for their alliance. All four robots racing around the field, holding different jobs here in this match. 21-3-55. That's Turtle Tech. Seems to be prioritizing ground intaking and scoring of those samples into the high basket at this moment. As on the Red Alliance side, we see a double duty strategy we've seen a lot today. Super Scream Bros on that high basket again. The machine from Decatur, Illinois in the green. Scoring those samples up high at 8 points apiece. Their alliance partner from all the way in New York going in to retrieve those samples off the floor and bring them back to their alliance, to their observation zone, for their human player to use. Accidentally launching one there, but they can bring it back, and they've still got some time with 35 seconds to go and score some more specimens to build their alliance's score. With the whistle, it's 30 seconds to go. Teams need to start thinking about how they want to finish out this match, and it seems that right now that answer is scoring more scoring elements. For example, Super Scream Bros in that central submersible zone, scoring up some red samples for the Red Alliance. Now lining up, sending up their climber as they go for the ascent. Over on the Blue Alliance, it appears that Turtle Tech is looking to do the same as we enter the final 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, you know what that means. Let's see the match scores for the previous match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 46 with 331 points. Man, our teams are really bringing it today. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 48, on the Red Alliance side, we have team 8672. You bet. All right, audience, let's try that one more time. 8672. You bet. With them is 18221 Meta Infinity. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 20439 Overtight. Thank you, audience. With them is team 18802 Robo Renegades. We're excited to see Overtight on the field. They missed their earlier match due to robot issues, but now they're here with a bot to play. Hopefully they can score some points and do some good work. It does seem like we may be experiencing some technical difficulties that are delaying the start of this match. Hopefully we can get those resolved and start here shortly.
Fortunate to see those again here. I've heard from some volunteers that Clark 2 is a little bit cursed, especially with how many matches we missed yesterday. So hopefully we'll have some better luck later on in the tournament.
All right, while we're delayed here, let's do a check-in. Audience, how are y'all doing so far this morning? All right, we're still a little tired. Fair. We'll get more energy up through the day. I highly encourage everyone drink some caffeine and we'll get there.
Big thanks to our wonderful FCAs who are working tirelessly to make sure that this tournament keeps going smoothly.
Right, it looks like unfortunately Overtight was not able to get their robot connected, so it seems like they may not be playing this match now. Downside to the robotics events is that sometimes your robot doesn't work. So hopefully they can get that fixed for the next match and be ready to play.
All right, Red Alliance are guns away. Ready?
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Moving into autonomous, we have two quick red robots maneuvering 18-2-21. That's Robo Renegades on the close red field. Unfortunately missing that second specimen, but they have plenty of time to catch a couple more. Their alliance partner, You Bet, carefully maneuvering to grab a specimen. Unfortunately missed it. Looks like their front right wheel has gotten jammed in some wiring. That's not good. They decided to stop the robot to prevent any damage happening. On the blue side, 18-802, Robo Renegades scoring a couple samples as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Kicking off Teleop here, some quick adjustment of the robot 18-221 Meta Infinity, adjusting just so they can be scoring extremely quickly. Here they go, picking up those samples they missed in autonomous, not even phased that their autonomous may have fumbled a little bit. Robo Renegades also, despite missing an alliance partner, unfortunately, still scoring extremely fast. Not their alliance partner's fault. Again, Clark 2 seems to be a little cursed, but that's okay. You Bet on the Red Alliance, shuffling those samples to the observation zone. Here they go. Looks like they're about to grab a specimen and try to score it, but that front right wheel keeps getting jammed in the wiring. They ended up traveling over towards the Blue Alliance, trying to play some defense against Robo Renegades and slow them down. With only one robot running on the Blue Alliance, slowing them down might be an extremely effective way to ensure winning this match. That robot in white for the Red Alliance, Meta Infinity 18-221, using an intake to collect sample after sample. That giant linkage with carrying the wiring and maybe even powering the slides. 35 seconds remaining. 3 specimens up on the upper red chamber. Loads of samples in the upper red basket as well, but the Blue Alliance, despite being one robot again, is doing a really good job with 88 points. 20 seconds remaining. Watch out as any teams might go for those ascents. More sample collecting courtesy of Meta Infinity. 10 seconds left. Their alliance partner, Ubek, going for one last specimen before we run out of the 5 seconds remaining. 1 ascent from the Blue Alliance. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at those scores for qualification 47. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 211 points. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, over here for qualification match 49 on the Red Alliance, we have team 5828 EMP Chaos. With them is team 23469 Gear Girls. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 24158 Green Gang. And their alliance partner, team 24685 Lovington Black Cats.
We're now approaching the end of the autonomous period. All 4 robots still flying around as that buzzer sounds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With the bells, drivers now taking control of their robots. All 4 teams flying around the field. For example, with the white robot on the Red Alliance, that's 23469 Gear Girls from Illinois, going up to score in that high basket for this match. They drop off a sample, falls down to the low basket, however. That's okay. It's still worth 4 points scored there. They go back with their claw to retrieve another and use their bucket to score again. Their alliance partner down in the observation zone, that's EMP Chaos from Hemet, California, going up to score a specimen on the high chamber. Not quite lining up, though, but they still have plenty of time with 1:21 left in the match to grab that specimen off the wall and take it to the high chamber. Moving over to the Blue Alliance side of the field, 24685, that's Lovington Black Cats from New Mexico. They're down in their own observation zone, going to grab a specimen off of that wall, taking it over to the high chamber and scoring it for 10 points. Not quite getting it hooked on, though, leaving it on the low chamber instead. If it remains there, it'll still be worth 6 points at the end of the match. 52 seconds to go at this point. All 4 robots racing around. A bit of trouble with Gear Girls as they try to reach over a robot. That robot now out of the way, and they're able to move around to score for themselves instead. All 4 robots still moving in this match as we approach 33 seconds to go. 131 to 97, which can still be tight with how high scoring this endgame can be. Still some scoring elements going on here as we see 24685 of the Blue Alliance reaching up to try and score. On the Red Alliance, 5828 EMP Chaos has extended their climber, moving in the final 10 seconds towards that ascent zone, trying to get off the ground as possibly as we enter the final 5. They reach up to engage with the bar, but aren't quite up for that level 1, if it appears, as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 49, let's go ahead and take a look at those scores from 48. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification 48 with 181 points. Over here on Clark Division Field 2 for qualification match 50 on the Red Alliance, we have team 11848 Spare Part Robotics. And their alliance partner team 14739 Metal Benders. All right, Metal Benders, I want y'all to keep that energy through the Blue Alliance. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have team 24881 Couture. And their alliance partner team 5143 Eccentrics. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Some immediate autonomous movement courtesy of 11848. That's Spare Parts Robotics, the robot in green on the Red Alliance. Look at that giant sweeper arm collecting those samples. We've seen some robots struggle to collect those samples earlier by just pushing them. So having a large sweeper is helping them a lot with a larger margin of error. With 10 seconds left in the Blue Alliance, 5143 Eccentrics is going for that level 1 ascent, touching the bar, worth a good 10 points, which can make a difference in any good match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
At the end of auto there on the Blue Alliance, Couture was holding a specimen while contacting the chamber. I don't know if that counts or not. That Red Alliance robot 14739 Metal Benders using another active spinning intake at the end of a super long arm to collect those samples. One of the few very asymmetric robots I've seen, and in this case, it seems to be working out very well for them as they get another sample while I'm speaking. 11848 Spare Parts Robotics reaching into the submersible, focusing on these specimens for this match, collecting one after another, with one of the coolest color schemes I've seen. Couture on the Blue Alliance with 5 specimens, the human player setting them up to score as many as possible, making sure the other drivers can see and hear how many they have to go. Looks like they're now switching to start scoring those specimens. Some collisions from their intake and outtake. Having such advanced robot design is difficult to do, but they're doing it pretty well. Eccentrics on the Blue Alliance, despite missing some samples, seems to be maybe in the lead right now with the amount of samples in the upper basket. 43 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is winning by a good 40 points. Both specimen-focused robots now scoring those specimen. Qatar seems to be having some issues with a cord dangling out of the bottom of the robot, but they're unfazed, still driving the best they can. 24 seconds now. Metal Benders on the Red Alliance with another sample. Here they go collecting as many as they can. 15 seconds now. 10 tons of specimen for the Red Alliance. The point difference has gone really close now. 217 to 209. Let's see if they can make the difference with climbs in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we see an ascent from the Blue Alliance, and I think a red ascent as well. We'll see what the refs have to say with the scores after our next match.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, let's take a look at the results from the previous match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for their win on qualification match 49 of 201 points. The referees took a bit of time to review that match, so we're just now getting the field reset. As soon as we have robots on the field, we'll get started with qualification match 51. All right, we're getting all of our robots loaded onto the field for qualification match 51. On the Red Alliance, we have team 19053 Homo Sapiens. All right, let's try that one more time. We have 19053 Homo Sapiens. And their alliance partner 19047 Raven Tech HD, who is currently our #1 seeded team in the Clark division. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23344 Technical Turbulence. And their alliance partner team 19434 Redstone EXE. While we wait for robots to get set up, our Red Alliance, we have both teams from Romania, which is exciting. All right, Carl, our fearless FTA, is finishing up getting the team set up, and as soon as he gets off the field, we'll be ready to go.
good. They're still neutralizing. I'm not worried about them. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Go.
All right, all teams are initialized.
Come on, guys. You gotta run.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 51 underway now here on Field 1 of the Clark Division. All 4 robots rocketing around to build up those scores. For example, on the Blue Alliance side, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, the team from Texas going to score some specimens from their Alliance wall and drop them off on the high chamber. There they get one, 10 points right there. On the Red Alliance side, 19053 Homo sapiens from Romania doing the same for their Alliance. We also have 19434, that's Redstone EXE.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That was Redstone EXE in their submersible zone going for a sample, but didn't have quite enough time and opted to pull back out and go for other activities instead. All 4 robots now flying around the field looking to build up those scores. 19047 Raventech HD, also from Romania, rounding out that all-Romania Red Alliance. Going up with their elevator to drop off some of those samples into the high basket at 8 points apiece towards their Alliance. Minute 32 to go, 180 to 155. Only a 25-point gap at this point in time. That is still absolutely tight here as all 4 robots rocket around. 19434 Redstone EXE lining up to grab a sample out. They're the team from Germantown, Maryland, going up with that sample, going for another from the submersible. They've got it in their claw to their elevator, and they drop it off in the high basket for 8 points. Continuing that cycle onward to build up their Alliance's score. 60 seconds to go at this point. Both Blue Alliance members, actually one blue and one red, both reaching in at the same time, but for different purposes. Raventech grabbing samples to go score in the high basket as Technical Turbulence from Texas grabs them to build up their own sample supply to score more and more specimens on that high chamber. As you can see, they're dropping off those specimens just rapid fire now, quickly ratcheting up their score as they keep building. Similar task at hand being taken on by 19053. That's Homo sapiens from Romania as we get that 30-second warning whistle. Teams all flying around the field. There is so much action in this match. Both teams already above 300 points. This could plausibly be a high score depending on how this match ends. As both baskets are heaping, both chambers are stacked with specimens, and teams start ascending in the final 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, let's go ahead and take a look at qualification scores for qualification 50. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match 50 with 248 points. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 52, on the Red Alliance, we have team 10644 Cybugs. And their alliance partner team 14596 Accelerate. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 9879 Root -1. And their alliance partner team 201 Bronco Bots 1. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Now watch out, this might be one of the closest matches we've had yet today. Cybugs on the Red Alliance is currently in 3rd place, but on the other side, Blue Alliance robot 9879 Root -1 is currently in 2nd place. These two robots have been extremely effective. We see both of them scoring sample or specimen over and over again. Loads of samples courtesy of Root -1 and a good handful of specimens from our red robot, but it's being matched by 201 Bronco bots, unfortunately just missing that last specimen.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Cybugs once again going for another sample. This team is pretty well known in the first community from this year as they had the world record very early on with an extremely unique robot design that they've been improving and improving, and here they are today with probably the best design they've ever had. Their alliance partner, though, Accelerate, using their robot Leviathan to collect another sample. Here they go, bringing it up to the red basket and scoring it. On the blue side, Bronco Boss using a very similar robot archetype, but this time with that, once again, Swerve Drive and unique chassis shape just brought another sample to their human player. Some collisions between our second and third ranked robots right now on the far side of the field. Blue Line slightly in the lead makes sense as their top robot is in second, just so Cybugs. But again, those two very high-ranked robots are battling it out for as many samples as they can. Cybugs intentionally driving out on the far side of the submersible to get in the way. 1 minute remaining. Another sample courtesy of Accelerate. They're doing extremely well, doing what they can to keep up with our number 2 ranked robot, Root -1. Cybugs, on the other hand, is slightly in the lead, it would seem, in terms of these specimens. Both teams have about the same amount of specimens, but Cybugs has loads, I see, behind here in PlayStation. Here comes another. I think we saw Cybugs in their last match score every single specimen on that upper chamber. Let's see if they can do it again. 33 seconds left. Accelerate on the Red Alliance with another sample. They have so many, they decided to put them in the lower basket already. 25 seconds left. You hear some people shout endgame, which means the last 30 seconds of the match. Another sample, courtesy of Root -1. Another specimen from both teams. Look at them go. 15 seconds. Watch out for climbs. Looks like Accelerate is going for our first Red Alliance climb, making plenty of space for their alliance partner. They're up with a level 2. Here they go for a level 3. Let's see if Cybugs can match it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, what a close match. It looks like both red robots, I think, were up, and one blue robot up in the air as well. Nice job, everybody.
All right, what an exciting match. Before we get into the results for qualification match 51, I do have to announce another yellow card against team 19053, Homo Sapiens. Teams are not allowed to move in the 8 seconds between Autonomous and Teleop. And unfortunately, Homo Sapiens in multiple matches has moved in that 8 seconds period, which means it's escalated to a yellow card. Before we release the match scores, I have been told that this score was very close and it's about to be our event high score. So let's go ahead and look at the results for qualification match 51. The Red Alliance wins with a division high score of 404 points. All right, over here on field 1 for qualification match 53. On the Red Alliance, we have team 20525 Cyber Vipers. And their alliance partner team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 12682 the Golden Ratio. And their alliance partner, team 10136, Frost Robo Falcons. Now that's a team with a fan base. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous underway here at match 53, 101-36. That's the Frost Robo Falcons from Livonia, Michigan. They're grabbing these samples off of the floor, taking them up to their high basket and dropping them off. They're valued at 8 points apiece there right now. 8 points more if they can score successfully if they remain there at the end of the autonomous period. Now moving to remove a possible sample from the submersible zone, but not quite able to get it as the autonomous buzzer sounds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now take control of their robots, going out to score. 101-36, that's Frost Robo Falcon still driving around looking to score, shuttling a sample down to the observation zone, but it just bounces out. Their alliance partner, 12682, that's the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois, going in to retrieve some samples from that central submersible zone, grabbing out that sample, taking it up to the high basket and scoring it for 8 points to their alliance. Looking to carry out a similar function for the Red Alliance, also from Illinois, but O'Fallon is the Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces with the purple robot. They've got a sample in their manipulator right now, looking to possibly move it into their robot if they can. Having a bit of trouble, though, and opting to drop it off in that taped-off net zone. That net zone is still worth 2 points for every sample scored there. 20525 Cyber Vipers, the team from Granada Hills, California, lining up to drop off a specimen on the high chamber. It goes on, but isn't snapped down, so it is at plausible risk of falling off, but will still be worth 10 points if it remains there at the end of this match. 50 seconds to go at this point. All 4 robots still working to build up their own scores here. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces with the purple going up to drop off another sample in the net zone. Additional 2 points to that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance working to go and try to grab a sample from the submersible zone. Instead, opting to grab some preset Alliance neutral samples for Frost Robo Falcons. Both members of the Blue Alliance trying to score in the high basket at this point, as they both continue to move around and try to score as we enter the final 15 seconds. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces lined up with the ascent rungs. They could possibly get up for an ascent if they're able to, as other teams on blue go up and time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of 53, let's go ahead and look at the scores for 52. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match 52 with 351 points. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 54, on the Red Alliance, we have team 14270 Quantum Robotics. And their alliance partner team 15450 Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 13356 RoboForce. And their alliance partner team 25152 F3DN. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
As the tournament begins, you saw an amazing score from Quantum Robotics as they scored while on the move. Looks like one of the noodles on their intake has fallen off of the robot, unfortunately. No issues, though, as they continue going for scoring. Here they go for another in the submersible. On the Blue Alliance, we have 13356. That's RoboForce, straight out of Vermont in California, scoring a third. Here comes a fourth specimen. Nice job with that angling arm. 5 seconds left. And a level 1 ascent from their alliance partner.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Quantum Robotics on the Red Alliance, 14270. Going for that one sample they missed in the beginning of Autonomous. They might be having some issues with their intake, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll be able to figure that out in the middle of the match. Good driving is not only a skill in terms of maneuvering, but also skill in terms of fixing and operating a robot, and it's still happening. Look at that. Their alliance partner, Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder, reaching in to grab a red specimen and bring it, or sample, and bring it to the human player station with that extremely long arm. You see arms powered by very different methods, but this one has a super long leakage in the back of the robot that seems to rotate forwards. Very cool. The far blue robot scoring in the upper blue basket. That's 25-152 F3DN all the way from Vietnam. Their alliance partner 13356 RoboForce. Another specimen up on the upper chamber. Here comes another as I'm talking. They're a team I've known for years to be extremely effective at scoring. Looks like 14270 Quantum Robotics realizing their intake, something is wrong with the intake, and so they decided to start playing defense, but they need to be careful not to tap that other robot while they're in the observation zone. They're being pretty bad. They may have even scored a penalty there, unfortunately, because of how aggressive they're playing. "30 seconds remaining, 15-450 on red. That's Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder. With another sample for the Red Alliance. Looks like they're going to go and score it in the upper red basket with that incredibly cool handoff design they got going. 15 seconds left. Tons of specimens for the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, that failure on 14-270 might have made the difference in this match as they score another specimen up high for Blue. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we concluded 54. You know what that means? Let's look at the results for qualification 53. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win of 263 points in qualification match 53. We're going to get started here shortly for qualification match 55, but because of review on 53, we're just now getting the field turned over. So hopefully we can get all robots on the field and started here shortly. All right, while we're waiting, audience, how are you feeling? All right, that was kind of still weak. I feel like we're still tired. Let's try that one more time. Audience, how are you feeling? We'll get there eventually. Maybe by the time we get to playoffs tomorrow.
Guys, come on, we gotta go.
I'm about to.
Yeah, we'll do it.
All right, for qualification match 55 on the Red Alliance, we have 14906 Leviathan Robotics. And their alliance partner team 20936 Royal Engineers. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 14841 Mighty Metalbots Blue. And their alliance partner team 4224 Why Not Robots. With Leviathan and Why Not on the field, we have Oklahoma against Oklahoma for this match. Let's see how it turns out. We're waiting for the field crew to turn over the field. The FTA has stepped off.
Red Alliance, are you ready?
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous of match 55 now. All 4 robots zooming around the field to build up their own alliance's scores. 42-24, that's Why Not Robots of the Blue Alliance. They're from Ada, Oklahoma, lining up to take a specimen off of the Alliance wall in their observation zone, trying to score a specimen, but don't quite get it. They get to try again, though, and make that one 10 points right there, 20 possibly if it remains at the end of the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of those robots all across these alliances. 14906, that's Leviathan Robotics, the Red Alliance's Oklahoma team from Tulsa, going into that submersible zone, grabbing some samples out and sending them to their human player, who converts them into specimens for possible later use. Those specimens could later be used to score on the high chamber at 10 points apiece. Their alliance partner, 20936 Royal Engineers from Romania, scoring those samples up high. They're trying to get in there to grab a sample, but a bit of a conflict with 4224 Why Not Robots of the Blue Alliance. They're able to get around each other, though, and continue their own scoring. 20936 Royal Engineers now going up with those samples towards the high basket. Up there, they are worth 8 points apiece for that alliance. Minute 6 seconds to go at this point in time. Both alliances still zipping around, working on that scoring. For example, 14841 Mighty Metalbots Blue from Las Vegas, Nevada. They're lining up to grab a sample from the submersible zone, scoring it in the high basket as they have many times before. That's an 8-point score right there to their alliance. 43 seconds to go, 273 to 131 at this moment in time. Both alliances working to crank up their scores. For example, on red, that's Leviathan Robotics cranking out their supply of specimens, taking them off the alliance wall and over to the high chamber at 10 points apiece to build up their own alliance's score. 20 seconds to go at this point in time. All four robots still opting to prioritize those scoring elements, but that may be changing as we see 14841 line up with the level 2 ascent rung. If they can pull themselves into the air, that could be 15 points to their alliance. In the final 5 seconds, we got a team for red up in the air and a second going up for blue, possibly a second park for red as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of 55, let's take a look at the results of 54. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 54 with 296 points. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 56, on the Red Alliance, we have team 14796, Armada Pie Gears. Love you guys. Let's keep that energy up. All right, their alliance partner is team 14126, Fibonacci. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8579, Classical Engineers. And their alliance partner, team 24809, Minerva.
Are we ready, Red?
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
There goes Armada Pie Gear, scoring their first specimen up on that red chamber. Now shuffling the others along. They unfortunately just missed one, and oh, there goes 2 at once. That might be a penalty at the end of the match. We'll have to see what happens. Their alliance partner Fibonacci, unfortunately missing their second sample. On the Blue Alliance, we see a second specimen going up, courtesy of 8579 Classical Engineers. Their alliance partner Minerva going for as many samples as they can up in the upper basket. Unfortunately, just missing another one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Going in Italia, we can see Classical Engineers with that ginormous bucket going for the specimens instead of the normal strategy of using samples. The robot, which I think is named Jaws, love the name, doing very well with that very wide intake. Again, a wide intake is a good one because it's so wide that you can't really miss collecting stuff. So sometimes you see they got more than one sample at once, but they're doing a very good job of making sure to drop it to not get any penalties. Fibonacci on the Red Alliance, once again using that unique claw design to bring another sample up and score it in the top red basket. Nice job. 1 minute 20 remaining with Armada Pie Gears collecting a sample from inside the submersible. Unfortunately, it looks like they've dropped 2 specimens. When you start dropping these guys, they start to pile up and can get in the way of your scoring. You see that one below them that's turning away, but some expert driving from the team means it doesn't make a difference. 1 minute remaining as 24:08:09. That's Minerva goes for another sample up high in the blue basket. While I was talking, here they go, scoring for another one with a very fast extending arm. Fibonacci reaching in past some dropped blue specimens, precisely grabbing the sample they need. That complex grabber looks like it was helping them score. Look at 8579 Classical Engineers. The robot on the front, the side the specimens come from, has a little blocker so that they know exactly the right distance. And unfortunately, just barely missed scoring that specimen. With 17 seconds remaining, Fibonacci moving extremely fast across the field, scoring another sample. 13 seconds now. Watch for any robots that might be going for a suspension in the last 10 seconds of the match. Another specimen from Armada Pie Gears. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. An extremely fast last second climb courtesy of Minerva for the Blue Alliance.
All right, with the conclusion of match 56, we're going to take a look at scores for match 55, which I've heard may change our division high score. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a new event high score of 447 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 57, on the Red Alliance, we have all the way from Vietnam, team 23321 FPT Dong and their alliance partner, team 23641 Cube Robot. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 4509 Excalibot and their alliance partner, team 18255 Stealth Robotics. All right, our FTA Carl stepping off the field, which usually means that we might be ready to start our match. All right, let's get this match started.
No.
Oh,
We're disconnected.
it's good on the scoring. We're having a brief technical difficulty with the scoring system. Hopefully we can get this resolved shortly. Behind me, we have Marty from the Thompson division in his shark suit. Let's give some energy, y'all. Thank you, Marty, for being over here.
I'm Grandpa Shark.
All right, we're still just on pause. We have a scoring tablet that's down right now. So we need it back up so we can score the match. All right, it's back up. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All 4 robots racing around the field now for this match. Looking down to the Red Alliance observation zone, 23641 Cube Robot from Palo Alto, California. They've just shuttled a bunch of samples into their Alliance's observation zone. Now going to score some samples and turn into specimens on the high chamber. Don't quite have any more at this point, as Stealth Robotics cycling on the Blue Alliance side of the field into their high basket, now opting to stay and park as we enter the end of Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
75-56 towards the Blue Alliance at the conclusion of the Autonomous period. Robots now racing around the field to work on scoring. 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. That's FPT Da Nang from Vietnam going down to grab that red sample off of the floor, taking it to their observation zone. Their human player converting it into a specimen as they drop off another sample for their use. Looking over to the Blue Alliance, 4509. That's Excalibots from Minnesota. They're down by their observation zone. Looking to rotating the robot, now driving across the field as they move into the submersible zone, but then opt to move around towards the Ascension zone side of it, possibly to work on some possible scoring. They opt to reach in with their manipulator to try and possibly grab a sample if they can, which they do, getting an Alliance neutral sample and dropping it off for the use of Stealth Robotics from Barrington, Illinois. There they go, dropping off one sample for 8 points in the high basket. They go in to grab another as we have 60 seconds left on the clock. Not endgame yet. 4509, Excalibots appears to be running shuttle duty, bringing in Alliance neutral samples to help Stealth Robotics score more quickly for their Alliance, which is proving rather effective as they already have 147 points on the board. Looking over to the Red Alliance side of the field, 23641 from California, now taking those pre-made specimens they helped build up earlier in this match, retrieving them from the observation zone and scoring them on the high chamber as we enter into the end game. Meanwhile, the team from Vietnam, that's 23321, pushing some samples into the observation zone, opting to still intake some samples as teams appear to be prioritizing that scoring in these final 10 seconds. The team from Vietnam, that's 23321 FPT Da Nang, lining up to possibly try and ascend in the final seconds as Stealth may be up for a possible climb at the buzzer.
All right, with the conclusion of 57, let's take a look at those scores from 56. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win of 273 points on qualification match 56. Back here on field 2 for qualification match 58. On the Red Alliance, we have team 28596 Hypernova. All right, audience, that was weak sauce. Let's try that again. 28596 Hypernova. And their alliance partner, team 5828 EMP Chaos. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 26260 Root -4. And their alliance partner, team 23443 Robo Support. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here comes Autonomous for match 58 here on Clark, field 2. Look at Hypernova again with that extremely complicated arm. It reminds me a lot of another team I know called Hyperion, which has a very similar aesthetic. I wonder if they're related. Doing an incredible job with it nonetheless. On the other side of the field, 23-4-43 Robo Support in purple and white. Unfortunately, just missing that second specimen or sample, but still a gorgeous robot going for some more samples in the center of the field. With 3 seconds out of auto, another unfortunate miss from 58-28.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Kicking off, Teliot was some quick movement from 58-28, doing some careful maneuvering to only push in 1 sample at a time. Looks like he accidentally did 2, unfortunately, and a difficult penalty to avoid in this year's game. Hypernova with another sample up high. Robot Support, go reaching in for some more samples. A fairly large extending out or intake, but still a very, very fast one. Look at that interesting grab with that wrist, dropping it in the net zone. 26-260 on the Blue Lines. -4 going for another specimen up high. Here they go for another specimen for the Blue Alliance. Carefully maneuvering, grabbing it, and turning it around. A robot made of a lot of bought parts, but extremely well engineered nonetheless. You don't need custom parts to do well in this game. You just need good engineering, and in this case, really good driving too. Hypernova with another sample up high. Again, look at how that front intake swivels left and right with a vision camera on there somewhere. Looks like underneath the wrist and grabber mechanism to collect these samples, automatically aligning for what they need. 45 seconds remaining. Robo Support reaching in and grabbing another sample for that Blue Alliance. 23-4-43. Unfortunately dropping it, but no worries. The driver adjusts to grab another one. With 30 seconds remaining, 58-28. EMP Chaos for the Red Alliance has a specimen in their hands, but that front left motor seems to be broken or something as it isn't maneuvering. I don't know why, but they're doing a good job of maneuvering nonetheless. 15 seconds left. Hypernova with 80 more samples. They've got so many that they're only scoring in the lower basket now for the Red Alliance. 8 seconds remaining. Watch out for teams going for ascents. That's Root -4 on the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, tipping over the 2 Red Alliance going for ascents too. And that's game. I think Root -4 recovered from the fall, but they climbed after the buzzer began, which is not a good thing to do. So we'll have to see if the judges give it to them by the scores after our next match.
All right, with the conclusion of match 58, let's take a look at 57. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win of 207 points on qualification 57. All right. We're gonna go ahead and get started here shortly on qualification 59. On the Red Alliance, we have team 13356, RoboForce. With them is team 20439, Overtight. You may notice that Overtight does not have a robot on the field. They've been having troubles throughout the day, if y'all recall from previous matches. So they've sent a representative and are here present for the match, but unfortunately their robot is not ready to play. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 24158, Green Gang. And their alliance partner, team 24881, Couture. All right, the FTA has turned over the field. As soon as John gives me the go-ahead, we'll get started. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're now over halfway through our qualification round here in South Bend. 3 robots racing around the field at this point in time. 13356 of the Red Alliance. That's RoboForce from Fremont, California, dropping off samples in their observation zone for conversion into specimens as they then go to score them. Not quite getting that last one, but they're able to still try for more as the autonomous period still has time left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots. All 3 actually near that submersible zone at this point, reaching in to retrieve some samples for their use. 24881, that's Couture from Kazakhstan, dropping off a sample in their observation zone, going back to get another as they go to possibly start building up a stock of specimens for possible later use. 24158, that's Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. They're moving into that submersible zone as well. All 3 robots in there again right now. They're going in to retrieve a sample if they can get it. There they go. They have an alliance neutral in their manipulator now, handing it off to their elevator and going up to drop it off in the high basket. That's going to be 8 points right there to that Blue Alliance. Red Alliance side, 13356, RoboForce again. They're in that submersible zone now, retrieving samples as they go to try and score, moving some of those back into their observation zone so human player can retrieve them for future use. We are at 53 seconds to go. All 2 robots at this point moving around the field. Possible communications difficulties for 24158 Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland, as well as possible mechanical difficulties for Couture from Kazakhstan. Their elevator may be having some difficulties raising to score those specimens. We will see if they're able to get that fixed in these final 30 seconds. 13356, that's RoboForce. Now going down to grab that preset observations human player station sample, going to that high basket, dropping those off at 8 points apiece, going up to score. 24-158 Green Gang back in it as they got regained control of their robot. Still possibly some difficulties, but they're able to reach up with a sample, but it falls back into their robot. As in the final 3 seconds, we see 1 robot in the air, possibly 1 parked for Blue.
All right, with the conclusion of 59, let's take a look at the scores for 58. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win on match 58 of 291 points. Over here on field 2, as we get ready for qualification match 60 on the Red Alliance, we have team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. And their alliance partner, team 20936 Royal Engineers, who was part of the alliance earlier that got our event high score, so this may be a good match. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 201 Bronco Bots 1. And their alliance partner, 14204 Super Screen Bros. I really liked the Ash Ketchum hat turnaround. All right, we're waiting for our field crew to get all of our robots set up, and as soon as we're ready with that, we'll get started. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here comes Autonomous for match 60 on Clark Field 2. Super Scream Bros, a legendary team out of Illinois with a second sample. They've been top of the leaderboard for years now. Their alliance partner, though, 201 Bronco Bots, showing up well with a third specimen. Let's see if they score it. And they got it with that nice pivoting arm. 5 seconds remaining. 29-36 Royal Engineers with another sample and grabbing another one in 1 second. And unfortunately, just not making there in
Driver,
time.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That sample, though, in their hands should have counted for a net score. Here they go, scoring it in the high basket instead, worth more points for the Red Alliance. Their alliance partner, 16-7-51. Unfortunately, oh no, they had a sample stuck in the robot, but they got it out easily with that clever shielded design on the inside of the robot. Now they're reaching to grab it and score it instead. Bronco Bots for the Blue Line stats 201 on the close side of the field, gathering a sample, bringing it over to the human player, doing a strategy they've been doing well this entire tournament, grabbing sample after sample and cycling to their human player. Super Scream Bros looks like they have a sample stuck inside the robot and the only crevasse possible. Watch out as the Blue Alliance seems to go and grab it from their alliance partner. Bronco Bots reaching inside of Super Scream Bros. Let's see if they can get it out. It's really tight in there, but that active intake from Bronco Bots might be able to pull out that sample. Red Alliance still scoring extremely fast thanks to the two robots playing Royal Engineers and Polytechnic puzzle pieces. Bronco Bots still trying to grab it. Unfortunately, they've given up because that sample is just in a perfect hole, exactly the size of a sample inside of Super Scream Bros' robot. They're now deciding to maybe play defense. 29-36, scoring several specimens. That's Royal Engineers on the Red Alliance. Super Scream Bros deciding to try to play defense, but being very smart about it. Defense is the easiest way to get tons and tons of penalties. I would know, as in power play, I've scored tons of penalties. And so they're doing a very good job of carefully maneuvering to avoid getting those penalties while still helping slow down that robot. Red Alliance in the lead, 165-95. Unfortunately, a result of that stuck sample inside of Super Scream Bros robot. Polytechnic puzzle pieces, that close 16-7-51 robot on the Red Alliance with 15 seconds lining up for a sample. 13 seconds now. Watch for any robots that might be going for an ascent here on Clark Field 2. Super Scream Bros already lining up. 5 seconds remaining now. 3, 2, 1. Wow, a really quick last-minute ascent currency of Royal Engineers on the Blue Alliance.
All right, y'all know the drill by now. Let's take a look at the scores from the previous match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 172 points. Back here over on field 1 on the Red Alliance, we have team 23469 Gear Girls. And their alliance partner team 14841 Mighty Metalbots Blue. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23344 Technical Turbulence. And their alliance partner team 14706 Armada Pie Gears. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, all robots are a go with autonomous period. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 14841, Mighty Metalbots Blue, scoring yellow samples in the high basket. On the Blue Alliance side, Armada Pie Gears is doing a similar move. Their alliance partner, Technical Turbulence, is busy scoring blue specimen. We're pretty neck and neck so far. We've got about 3 yellow samples on the Blue Alliance side, 2 yellow samples on the Red Alliance side, and we're neck and neck on specimen. At the end of autonomous, it does look like blue is in the lead, but red may be able to catch up.
2, 1.
All right, all robots are a go in teleoperated period. Technical Turbulence is picking up a specimen they dropped earlier to get it reset on the field wall. As is common so far throughout the day, we're seeing alliance partners work really well together by taking on different tasks on the Red Alliance and on the Blue Alliance side. We have one robot focused on specimen and another focused on scoring the samples. Armada scores a yellow sample in the blue basket, which puts them at about 6 yellow samples in the high basket so far. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance side, Mighty Meadowbots Blue has scored several samples for their alliance as well. Technical Turbulence is working on picking up more samples, but it doesn't seem like they scored a lot of specimen yet. It's hard to tell what the strategy is so far on the Red Alliance side. Gear Girls is working on scoring another specimen, but it seems like they may be having some issues with their robot. The FTA has been called over. Meanwhile, 14706 Pie Gears from Armada, Michigan is working on scoring more and more samples for their alliance. Technical Turbulence is building a backstock pile of blue specimen. It looks like they may be trying to load things up to score as many as possible in game. That's a fairly common strategy. Although it seems like they've switched to scoring samples. Maybe they have something wrong with their robot. On the Red Alliance side, it seems like 23469 Gear Girls may be out of play. It seems like their robot is disconnected, but their alliance partner, Mighty Meadowbots Blue, is not letting that stop them from scoring as many samples as possible. We're still fairly neck and neck between teams. Blue Alliance is definitely in the lead, but that may change here in endgame. Gear Girls lines up to do a suspend on the submersible. They're getting potentially a level 1. Meanwhile, Technical Turbulence looks like they are shooting straight for that level 2 as the buzzer ends. Congratulations to all teams. With the conclusion of that, let's go ahead and look at the scores for qualification match 60. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match 60 with 249 points. Back here on field 2 for qualification match 62 on the Red Alliance, we have all the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma, team 14906, Leviathan Robotics. And their alliance partner, team 21355, Turtle Tech. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 4509, Excalibots. And their alliance partner, team 20525, Cyber Vipers. All right, the FTA has cleared the field. That's usually a good sign that we're ready to start. We're just waiting for our head referee to give the go-ahead. Looks like the field needs to be adjusted just a little bit. It doesn't seem like the samples were on the right spot. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here comes autonomous for match number 62. Look at a Leviathan Robotics 14906 on the Red Alliance. This team was in first place for most of yesterday, but unfortunately, after some really nice matches from the other teams here at the tournament today, they've been brought down to 5th place. But they're not afraid to keep working and see if they can bring themselves back up to that first seed alliance. If not, get chosen by one of the best teams here at the tournament. The other side of the field, 4519, that's Excalibos, has scored 3 specimen up high. And unfortunately missing that incredible autonomous run from Leviathan Robotics that could have put them way in the lead.
2, 1.
Such a nice auto, almost doubles the blue line score with a score of 116. Let's see how much they can keep that lead. Excalibots on the blue lines, reaching in for a sample, bringing it to the human player to swap out for a specimen. The Red Alliance robot 21355, that's Turtle Tech, once again with that massive crane arm. A large arm, sure, but a precise one for it, definitely. Excalibur sweeping along with that intake. Here they go, grabbing it and bringing it to the Alliance human player station. 2525, that's our 20525 Cyber Vipers on the Blue Alliance. Looks to be grabbing a sample from a preset position and are now bringing it to the bucket to score up high for the Blue Alliance. Leviathan once again with that super fast extending tube design. This kind of archetype of robot is very unique and very new and was sort of invented from FRC, a team called Jack in the Bot back in 2023, who used it again once and again in 2025. And now FRC teams like this one and KookieBots last year are using it to an extremely effective way. How many samples do they have? The Blue Alliance, though, Scalabots, not to be outdone, is still scoring as many as they can. Here come another courtesy of their human player. And Cyber Vipers on the Blue Alliance are fiddling with a transfer mechanism. Once again, a very complex design that is working for them. Watch as Leviathan Robotics scores specimen after specimen. They got 6 more to go with 20 seconds. No issue for them, though, to score another. Their alliance partner with tons of samples up high. This could be a very high score, guys. As Scalabots on the Blue Alliance messing around with a specimen that unfortunately fell. We have 1 suspension from the Red Alliance. Leviathan, though, their alliance partner, still scoring with 8 seconds remaining. Count it down with me, guys. We have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With the conclusion of that match, let's go ahead and take a look at scores for match 61. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning match 61 with 279 points. I'm going to pass it over to my friend Marty from Thompson Division to announce the next match.
Hey, it's Marty Shark, and on Qual 63 here, the red 1 spot, we got team 4224. Why Not Robotics from Ada, Oklahoma. In slot 2, we got team 10644, the Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. In blue 1, we got team 18221, Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. And in blue 2, we got team 15450, Da Vinci Dragon Thunder from El Paso, Texas. I have happy thumbs from the scoring table. John, what say you? I'm seeing thumbs from John. I got this FTA in the way right now. Here we go. You're good? All right, Red Alliance ready. Blue Alliance ready. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous underway here in match 63 on Clark Division Field 1. 18-2-21, that's Meta Infinity with the white robot, reaching down to grab a sample off the spike mark, load it into their manipulator, try to take it up, but weren't quite able to get it up there. They can still go for another shot, though, as the robot tries again, but doesn't quite get it. Cybugs now rapid firing off some of these pre-made specimens they had made during the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now operating their robots directly. All 4 robots whizzing around, working to build up these scores. 15-4-50 of the Blue Alliance. That's Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder from El Paso, Texas. They move in to grab some of these samples, move them over to their observation zone for that human player to turn them into specimens. Cybugs working on a strategy they've developed of stocking up a large number of samples for their alliance's use. 42-24, meanwhile, of the Red Alliance. That's Why Not Robots from Ada, Oklahoma, pushing some of these samples over into that net zone. They're worth 2 points apiece sitting there as they go to herd more in at 2 points. So far, 8 points total from those net zone samples. They go to the middle to grab another from that submersible zone, but opting to move out and handle other tasks. Minute 4 to go at this point. 15-4-50 of the Blue Alliance. That's Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder going in to grab their specimens out of the observation zone, taking them up for those 10-point apiece scores on that high chamber there. They're cycling back and forth, getting 10 points apiece. Cybugs of the Red Alliance with the green robot doing the same as we're under 45 seconds to go. Meta Infinity still working on that high basket, possibly having a bit of trouble with their indexer, but they go back to try again. Not quite getting it, though, as they still work as at the whistle. Endgame is active now as teams start going to score their specimens up for as many points as they can still. Cybug still cycling out their stock, as is the team of the Blue Alliance from Texas. Both working to build up their scores as we approach the final 10 seconds. First lineup for a climb is Why Not Robots, reaching up to possibly ascend if they can. They're lined up with their hooks, and they go into the air as time expires.
All right, let's go ahead and see those results for qualification match 62. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 331 points on qualification match 62. Before we get started over here with qualification match 64, I just want to let everyone know that we will be breaking for lunch after qualification match 68. All right, for qualification match 64 on the Red Alliance, we have team 10136 Frost Robo Falcons and their alliance partner 9879 Root -1. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 25152 F3DN and their alliance partner 8579. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
As that bell rings for the autonomous period here on match 64, we see 9879 Root -1 here, gathering tons of samples for their human player. Looks like they got 3 red and 1 yellow. Their alliance partner 10-1-38, that is Frost Royal Falcons, with some samples as well for the Red Alliance. 8 seconds remaining, and you see both blue robots scoring as well. As well as a level 1 ascent from 25-1-52.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop period has begun. The drivers now have their controllers and are using them to maneuver each robot around as best they can. Currently, Red Alliance in the lead, 51-104, a fairly large gap that is 100% gappable by the Blue Alliance. They can easily catch up with some good maneuvering. 9879, though, isn't letting them -1 on the Red Alliance. However, their alliance partner is having some technical difficulties, it looks like. They're stopping and starting. I don't know if it's mechanical or what it is, but they, for some reason, aren't scoring. The Blue Alliance are taking this moment to start catching up. 85-79 on the Blue Alliance, maneuvering a dropped specimen to the human player. And their alliance partner, F3DN, all the way from Vietnam, collecting more samples with some up in the high basket. Frost Royal Falcons is back up and running again, though. I think that second stage of the robot, the lift, for some reason, it isn't working. The transfer just isn't running out. 1 minute remaining. That robot's messing up. Might be the difference in this match. 9879 with a super fast and simple specimen arm that just grabs, rotates, and has a 1 degree of freedom just maneuvered over. Very, very clean robot. Frost Royal Falcons, though, has begun scoring again. An amazing job from that drive team, being able to test and fix the error they're running into. We have a control of 2 call from Kat, one of our head refs here. Unfortunate for, I think, the Blue Alliance, that might lead to a penalty at the end of our match. 25 seconds left now. F3DN reaching in for another sample. That upper blue basket looking mighty full. 17 seconds now. 85-79 going for another specimen for the Blue Alliance. We have Frost Royal Falcons going up. Oh no! That's why we wear safety glasses, folks. That robot has fallen. The slides are broken. Their alliance partner, though, Red -1 going for an ascent as well. Here they go, and I think they... Oh no, I don't know if they're up or not. Hopefully that damage from Frost Royal Falcons will be repairable for their next match. Good job, everybody.
All right, with the conclusion of 64, let's take a look at those scores from 63. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 241 points. We're about to get started with qualification match 65 over here on field 1. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24685 Lovington Black Cats and their alliance partner team 14270 Quantum Robotics. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 26260 Root -4 and their alliance partner team 23321 FPT Donon 1. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 65 is our second to last on this field before we break for a lunch. 3 robots zipping around at this point in time. 14270, that's Quantum Robotics from Romania. They're taking a number of samples for their alliance, looking to score in that high basket. Meanwhile, for the Blue Alliance, 26260 Root -4 from Springdale, Arkansas, doing the same for the Blue Alliance. The team from Vietnam, 23321, they're going to score some specimens up on that high chamber as we continue
Pick up your
moving.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now for 2 minutes of teleoperated control by the human drivers. 24685, that's Lovington Black Cats out of New Mexico. They're grabbing that specimen off from their human player, pulling one down, dropping it off on the high chamber, going to retrieve a second. Not quite getting it, but they can try again, and they get it that time, heading over to score it at this point. They now take on the role of shuttling back in to their observation zone, now moving out to line up with some other samples, which they are looking to grab and use for other activities. Minute 22 to go at this point. 15-point separation between these teams. It is rather tight right now. We are seeing that same strategy emerge that has emerged quite commonly in many matches, where we have one robot cycling onto the high basket. That's going to be Root -4 for blue. And over on red, that is Quantum Robotics. While we also have one robot cycling specimens to the high chamber. That being Lovington Black Cats for red and FPT Danong for blue. Root -4 lining up with a sample sitting on the floor in front of them. They get their claw around it, flip their arm over, send it up, and look to release for 8 points into that high basket. Their alliance partner, that's FPT Danong from Vietnam, going up to start scoring their supply of specimens on the high chamber, also scooting a lot of them down to provide themselves more space. Speaking of everything, here's the whistle. Teams are now looking on their final activities. We have a pretty heaping basket for the Red Alliance. Work of 14270 Quantum Robotics. They go up with another for 8 more points up there, stacking up above the rim of it as we enter 10 seconds to go. 3 robots reaching up to ascend. First in the air is Root -4 for the Blue Alliance. And then on red, 14270 Quantum in the air as the buzzer sounds.
All right, y'all know the drill. We concluded 65, so let's look at 64. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning match 64 with 270 points. This is a reminder to everyone that we will be breaking for lunch after qualification match 68. Over here on field 2 for qualification 66, on the Red Alliance, we have team 18802 Robo Renegades. And their alliance partner team 28596 Hypernova. Thank you. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 14739 Metal Benders. And their alliance partner 18255 Stealth Robotics. The FTA has left the field. That's usually a good sign that we're about to be ready to start. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we are with Autonomous for match 66 on Clark Field 2. Hypernova on the Red Alliance maneuvering with that complicated arm. It looks like that robot has some very clever coding, deciding, hey, I missed that sample. Let's just go for the next one instead of trying it again. A very interesting design. Their alliance partner, 18802 on the Red Alliance. That's Robo Renegades collecting some samples and scoring them in the high basket as well. On the blue side, we have one sample. Oh no, 18255 has jumped on top of that specimen, but I believe it's a good maneuver. They definitely get out of that situation.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go in timeout period. 14-7-39 on the Blue Alliance. Metal Benders scoring some samples up high for blue. On red, Hypernova has moved to scoring in the net zone. I think their linear slides may be having a little bit of issues. No issues, no problem though, as they're still scoring incredibly fast. 18-8-0-2 on the Red Alliance. Robo Renegades bringing their arm into the submersible to collect a sample. With a crown, 18-8-0-2 maneuvering across the field, swapping places with Hyperion once again. Or I'm sorry, Hypernova to grab a sample. Looks like we have some interactions between the two blue robots on their side of the field as 18-255 is still stuck. Their alliance partner decided to try helping them out, but unfortunately just couldn't help them out. 14-7-39 once again with that asymmetrical, lots of 3D printing on that robot, scoring a sample up high for the Blue Alliance. Here they go across again, collecting another sample out of a preset position. Hypernova, despite those issues with their linear slides, are doing what they can as their intake is still incredibly precise and fast, bringing them into the net zone, scoring as quickly as possible. 43 seconds remaining. 18-255, still trying their best to get themselves off of that game element. Now here we are with the last 30 seconds of the match. Hypernova scoring as many samples as they can for the Red Alliance in the net zone. They're worth only 2 points compared to 8 points in the very top, but that's all they can score, and they're doing extremely well at doing it fast. 13 seconds now. I see a robot on the Blue Alliance Metal Benders going for that ascent. A Red Alliance robot also lining up with 7 seconds remaining. Here comes Hypernova 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of 66, let's go ahead and take a look at the scores for qualification 65. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 290 points. We're ready to go over here on qualification 67. So let's go ahead and get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. On the Red Alliance, we have team 12682, the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois, with their alliance partner 4780 Rovolution from Fresh Meadows, New York. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19053 Homo Sapiens from Bourgeois, Romania, and their alliance partner 5143 Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
10 seconds to go in the autonomous period at this point in time. 2 robots still flying around the field to build up their scores, those being Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois, and 19053 from Romania.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking direct control of their robots, all 4 moving around the field. 51-43, that's Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. They go for a sample, get it a bit caught on their manipulator, but they're able to shake it back down to the floor and free it so they can go try again. They've got it in their manipulator now, looking to possibly index it to their claw, which they will, going up and dropping it off in their high basket for 8 points as they move on to continue that task. 4780, that's Rovolution from Fresh Meadows, New York. They're looking to retrieve they're working to do the specimen roll of their alliance on red. They're grabbing that specimen off from the observation zone, then going into the submersible, grabbing a red sample and taking it out to the observation zone for their alliance's use, where the human player can make a specimen like they've been doing for a bit now. Their alliance partner, Golden Ratio, full sending on that high basket scoring. They've retrieved many alliance neutral samples, pulling them out from the submersible zone and dropping them off in the high basket at 8 points apiece. 19053, that's Homo Sapiens out of Romania, working to cycle those samples up to their observation zone and then take the specimens their human player makes and turn those and make them 10-point scores on that high chamber. 38 seconds to go, 233 to 194. That is still a pretty close score, given how high scoring some of these can be. There's the end game whistle, 30 seconds. Team so far is prioritizing those scoring elements scoring. 4780, that's Rovolution, taking out a last specimen they have in stock, looking to retrieve it off of the Alliance wall. Not quite able to get it as their human player resets it for a possible future use. We come under 10 seconds to go in the match. First reach up coming from 5143 out of Iowa. They go up for what could be 15 points. Their alliance partner joining them for what could be a total of 30 if they were both up at the buzzer.
All right, with the conclusion of 67, let's take a look at those scores from qualification 66. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 188 points on qualification 66. Over here, back on field 2, we're going to play our last match before lunch, which is qualification 68. If you're in qualification 69, we will be returning for play at 1 p.m. If you're in qualification 69, you need to be ready and queued 10 minutes before we're set to start at 1. All right, on the field here for qualification 68, on the Red Alliance, we have team 19434, Redstone EXE. And their alliance partner, 11848, Spare Parts Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24809, Minerva. And their alliance partner, 23641, Cube Robot. The FTA and head referee are finishing up setting up the field with the robots. Hopefully we'll be able to get started here shortly. All right, the field crew has cleared the field. All right, let's get this match. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
As Autonomous begins, we can see 23-641 on the Blue Line's Cuberbot is now moving with Autonomous. Last time we saw him here on Field 2, they unfortunately weren't able to run, but here they are again, doing a great job in Autonomous. Their alliance partner, 24809, Minerva, all the way from Thailand, now collecting some samples for the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left in the auto. Spare parts with a specimen up high for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Starting off quick with the teleop period. Once again, Cuberbot with a very tight design are now bringing those samples over to the human player to turn into specimens. Look at that claw at the end of the robot. It can turn left and right, allowing them to drop that samples off to the right of the robot without even having to turn around. 19434 on the Red Alliance, that's redstone.exe, collecting some red samples very on brand with their team. Using that limelight camera device on the side of the robot to precisely line up and collect each one of these samples. Their alliance partner, in green with some beautiful rainbows that make your robot even faster, 11848, that's Spare Parts Robotics. Bringing in, unfortunately knocking out a specimen, but with how fast this robot scores, they'll have no issue replacing it. We can see on the blue side of the field, Cuberbot using a strategy with cycling where they grab a sample and then deliver it at the same time while grabbing a new specimen. An incredibly smart design for a robot. 50 seconds remaining. Minerva with that super long extending intake, grabbing a sample and bringing it to the up top in the Blue Alliance. Both top buckets looking pretty full right now. This will be a very high scoring match for both alliances. Spare parts with another specimen for the Red Alliance. Here comes another one. That horror means it's the last 30 seconds of the match. Watch out for any ascents from any robot on any side. Redstone.exe. Another red sample for the Red Alliance. Loads of specimens courtesy of Cuberbot on the Blue Alliance. So many, in fact, they're having difficulties placing new ones without knocking off their old ones. One of them seems to be hanging off kind of to the side. That one will still count as far as I know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job, everybody.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the scores for qualification match 27 while we wait for the scores to get final 67 while we wait for the scores to get finalized for 68. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win on qualification 67 with 357 points. We will announce scores here shortly for qualification 68 as soon as the referees are done. Otherwise, thank you all for being here. We'll be back with matches at 1 p.m.
Teams on the field at 12.
Let's go ahead and see the results of qualification match 68. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with the win of 367 points for qualification match 68 on the Clark division. We'll see y'all at 1 p.m. and teams will be ready to load at 12:50. All right, everyone, welcome back on the Clark Division for qualification 69. On the Red Alliance, we have team 8672, you bet! Wow, everyone had lunch and is coming back with way higher energy. I love it. All right, we also have 14126, Fibonacci. On the Blue Alliance, we have 19047, Raven Tech HD. And their alliance partner, 14596, Accelerate. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All 4 robots are on the move as we start match 69 here on the Clark Division right after lunch. You bet lining up. Get their first specimen from the wall from their human player. Getting ready to grab it. Not quite there. That's all right. We've got 3 specimen already up for the Blue Alliance looking for number 4. It's 19047. Raven Tech HD. 5 seconds left in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we head into driver controlled, Blue has the lead, 144 to 39. Plenty of time for the Red Alliance to make up that score. 2 minutes of driver controlled action right now. 8672 You Bet is headed to the submersible to pick up their first red sample of driver controlled. On the backside, 14126 Fibonacci for the Red Alliance. It's going to be delivering samples to their human player to start creating those specimen for the robots later on in the match. A little bit of contact happening on the backside of the field between Fibonacci and on the blue side, it's 14596 Accelerate. Those 2 robots fighting for space up against the submersible, looking for those samples. Specimen are continuing to be scored on the blue side of the field by Raven Tech HD 19047 on the front side of the field. They continue to serve those samples over to their human player. Trying to do quick cycles here where they pick up one, give it to their human player, and pick up a specimen at the same time. Works really, really well. Very efficient use of their movement and their time spent in this short match. 45 seconds left. Blue has the lead. Fibonacci locks in the 3rd specimen for the Red Alliance up on the high chamber. 10 points apiece there. In the meantime, You Bet, Team 8672 on the Red Alliance have been loading up the high basket for Red. On the backside, it's 14596 Accelerate for the Blue Alliance. Loading up that top basket, 8 points apiece, and now they're headed to the skies, ascending up into the submersible. Going for a level 3 ascent. Looks like Accelerate's got it if they can hold it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, moving on over here to field 2 for qualification 70. On the Red Alliance, we have 4224, Why Not Robots? Woo! With them is team 23443 Robo Support. On the Blue Alliance, not at all to be confusing, is team 23344 Technical Turbulence from my hometown of Plano, Texas. And 4509 Excalibots. We're waiting for the field to set. And let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
3 robots on the move. On the front side, it's the Red Alliance's 23443 Robo Support. Scoring now 2 samples into the high basket. Looking for number 3. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we've got 23344 Technical Turbulence. Now getting their 3rd, looking for their 4th specimen up and on. 4 Can they get 5? 3, 2, 1.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And 5 specimens on the blue side on the high chamber will give them the lead as we head into driver controlled 115 to 74. Second red robot, 42-24. Why not? Robots have sprung to life as we've gotten into telly-up. And on the blue side, it's 4509 Excalibots that are at the front of the field, serving those samples to the human player. Two robots on the front side of the submersible contesting that space. Not a lot of room if you're both reaching deep into the submersible. That's Robo support for the Red Alliance and Excalibots. Both competing for the samples inside the submersible as it clears out. 42-24, why not robots? Continue delivering samples to the human player. And it looks like they're going to switch over to start scoring their specimen with 55 seconds left. More samples flowing into the high baskets on both sides. Blue Alliance keeps their lead, 187 to 124. Red Alliance has more samples up in the high basket right now, getting some now into the net zone as well. Specimens continue to be stored. Blue extends their lead. Red trailing by 50 with 15 seconds remaining. More specimens coming down for both sides. Blue Alliance is done with their specimens. They're going to look to get some more samples quickly before the end of the match. 5 seconds left. Robots are heading to the submersible. 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 70, let's take a look at those scores from qualification 69. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 366 points. All right, back over here on field 1 for qualification 71. On the Red Alliance, we have team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. With them is team 18221 Meta Infinity. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 28596 Hypernova. And their alliance partner, team 14906 Leviathan Robotics. All right, we're ready to go on this field in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right away, Leviathan Robotics on the Blue Alliance, very quickly getting the samples over. 2 samples up into the high basket. 3 specimen, 4 specimen. Looking for number 5. Leviathan Robotics gets all 5 specimen and auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here we go. Driver control's begun in 16-7, 51 on the backside. The Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces, P3. Now looking to get some samples over to their human player. 3 specimen already created. On the front side, it's 18-21. Meta Infinity reaching deep into the submersible, looking for those samples to get up and into the basket. More samples being dropped off in the high basket on the backside for the Blue Alliance. It's 28-5-96 Hypernova taking care of that for Blue. A lot of points coming across there. And on the front side, Meta Infinity is matching them. Right now, 8 for Blue, 7 for Red. Blue looking to keep it going. 1 minute left. Lots of specimens starting to be built up on the side for the Blue Alliance. We'll have to see when they make that transition from collecting samples to collecting specimen. They've got the final blue sample on that side, and they're going to decide this is the time. Let's start getting those specimen onto the high chamber. Red Alliance is looking to do the same. They've got 4 specimen lined up on the wall. Human player is going to work with the robot to get those locked in for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance do have some points to make up. Blue 250, red 98 with 33 seconds left. Blue is continuing to cycle those specimen, getting ready to fill up the bar. See if they can get everything up there on that chamber. Very precise driving happening here on the blue side of the field. Red Alliance now looking for their first specimen here. They've got 2 up on there for the Red Alliance. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1.
All right, y'all know the rules by now. We're going to go ahead and check out the match results for match 70. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for their win on qualification 70 with 261 points. Moving back over here onto field 2 for qualification 72. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 24881 Couture. All right, audience. I know we weren't quite tuned in for that. We'd love some cheers on this one. Let's try it again. Team 24881 Couture. Thank y'all. With their alliance partner, team 20936 Royal Engineers. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. And their alliance partner, team 12682 the Golden Ratio. The FTA and field crew are getting the field set up, and hopefully we'll start here shortly. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go on the front side. Red Alliance's bot 2936 Royal Engineers. Very quickly getting those samples up. Just some slight misses there on the neutral samples. They're going to try to reach into the submersible to grab some more. We've got multiple specimen coming across for the Red Alliance now. 2 up on the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and here we go. Now getting into driver controlled. We do see one specimen fall off the Red Alliance chamber. They'll be able to pick that up later if they'd like to, but they're focused on samples from the submersible right now. It's neck and neck. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, 2 points separated. Keeps bouncing back and forth with each sample that comes across into the high basket. Very close match. All 4 of these robots competing at their top level. As we get here into the second half of the day, very important to start taking a look at those rankings. Each of these points you can score, particularly making sure you get the win, getting as many points as you can in autonomous, and getting the ascent points will determine your rank as we get into our line selection later on today. More samples being cycled. Golden Ratio on the backside for the Blue Alliance, continuing to place into the high basket, doing a great job of cycling. Very, very fast robot. Some great driving happening over there. On the red side, Red Robot is looking for some specimen. They're seeing if they can get those off the wall. Appear to be having a little bit of a technical difficulty there with their bot. They finally got that arm back in. They're going to get a grip on that first specimen on the wall. On the front side, the basket is filling up for the Red Alliance. Couture continue looking for the specimen on the backside for the Red Alliance. They've got the lead right now, 184 to 159, a close match, but all of those samples that Royal Engineers have been placing have made a huge difference for Red. On the blue side, we've got Golden Ratio continuing to cycle. 10 seconds left, and now they're headed to the submersible. 1 red going up, 1 blue going up. 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification 72, let's go ahead and take a look at the score results from 71. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, who won 71 with 388 points. Back over here on field 1 for qualification 73. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23641 Cube Robot. And their alliance partner 201 Bronco Bots 1. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19053 Homo Sapiens. And their alliance partner 13356 RoboForce. We're just checking out some technical difficulties with the team. We'll be starting here shortly as soon as the referees finish talking. Audience, how's everyone feeling coming back from lunch? Good? You're my man over there. I like you. You're the hype guy. I'm sorry, we don't have any naps. That was what the hour-and-a-half lunch break was for. All right, the field crew has finished up the conversation that they were having. We're going to get started here shortly once our robots reset.
Wall, not against the wall. It's still not against the wall, guys. Okay.
Ready? Erica, you good? Okay.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. One specimen on already for blue, one on for red. Second one being locked on for the Blue Alliance. Red's looking to match it. Not quite locked on, but will still count if it remains there at the end of auto. They do keep it on. 3 for red, 2 for blue. Knock that one off, but they get the other one locked on nice and secure. 5 seconds left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We see 3 specimens for blue now getting locked in with a little tap on the submersible. 4 specimens locked in for the Red Alliance. Samples now being grabbed and brought over to the observation zone. That other specimen being tossed that way as well. Robot on the backside of the field for red, 23641 Cube Robot. Very interesting mechanism. They're able to just turn around and toss the sample backwards without having to turn the entire robot around. Probably saves them quite a bit of time. A similar mechanism on the front side of the field for the Blue Alliance, 19053 Homo Sapiens. They've got something where they can sort of toss the sample to the side as well. Now they're getting more specimen up and onto the high chamber. Red Alliance loading it up as well. We've got 8, looking at 9 and now for the Red Alliance. 6 up onto the high chamber, 8 for the Blue Alliance. As Red locks in their 10th. Blue Alliance does have the lead, 238 to 183. A lot of that lead coming from the number of samples being placed into the high baskets. Right now, Blue has 12, Red has 6. At 8 points apiece, those make a big difference. Blue leads 268 to 201 with 35 seconds left. Here we go, last 30 seconds. Final specimen being scored. Red Alliance has one more sample available if they can make another one. Only 3 clips left outside the field on the red side. Blue Alliance in a very similar position. So many specimen being scored on both sides. 15 for blue, 15 for red. 5 seconds left. These ascent points could make the difference. 3, 2, 1.
Right, with the conclusion of qualification 73, let's take a look at the results from 72. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win with 251 points. We're heading back over to Field 2 for qualification 74. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 14841, Mighty Metalbots Blue. Thank y'all. And their alliance partner team 15450, Da Vinci Dragons Thunder. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 20439, Over Titan. And their alliance partner team 14204, Super Screen Bros. All right, we're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Right away in this match, on the backside of the field for blue, it's Over Titan. Now pushing samples towards the blue net zone. One on the backside's not quite there. We'll see if this other one makes it in. They do get it, and the other one gets pushed a little further as well. Super Screen Bros are on the front side, 14-204 for the Blue Alliance. One specimen locked in. It's sort of bouncing off of the submersible there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And with that scoring in auto, blue has a slight lead, 28-16 as we head into driver control. Samples being pushed across on the Red Alliance by Da Vinci Dragons Thunder. Team 15-450. On the backside for the Red Alliance, now cycling samples back to the human player. With that long arm that they have out in front of them, they don't have to do a lot of moving with their base, making these cycles pretty quick. A very articulate claw as well. They have a wrist so they can turn, dictate what degree that wrist should grab at. Seems to be a very efficient strategy for them. Over on the blue side of the field, it is Over Titan that's dropping off samples for the human player, while Super Screen Bros 14-204 work on cycling samples into the high basket. Our second Red Alliance robot on the backside, Mighty Metalbots Blue on the Red Alliance for this match. Playing defense against Super Screen Bros seem to just be trying to slow them down, not looking to grab much for themselves at the moment. Possibly some technical issues inhibiting their robot there. Doing a pretty good job of slowing Super Screen Bros down. Blue Alliance does maintain their lead though, 94-68 with 33 seconds remaining. Red Alliance comes close there for a second to meeting blue, but blue skyrockets up that score, 112-88. As now specimen begin being locked on for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance takes the final specimen off of their wall as well. One more sample being placed into the field. Red Alliance is looking for any amount of points that they can in the final 3 seconds of the match.
All right, we finished qualification 74. Y'all know what that means. Let's take a look at the scores from 73. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, who won qualification 73 with 372 points. Back here on field 1 for qualification match 75, we're just starting to get set up. On the Red Alliance, we have 14126 Fibonacci. And their alliance partner, team 25152 F3DN. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 5828 EMP Chaos. And their alliance partner, 5143 Eccentrics. We're just waiting for the field crew to finish with setting up the field, and we'll get started here shortly.
That's right.
Red Alliance ready.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 75 underway here on the Clark Division. All 4 teams still working around the field to build up their own alliances scores. For example, 5143, that's Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. They're collecting some samples off the floor, now going up to score them in that high basket. Here they go for one more, but not quite able to get it. On the Red Alliance side, 25152, that's F3DN.43 from Vietnam. They were scoring in their high basket, but have opted to stop moving for this autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots, moving around the field. First to score, maybe 14126 Fibonacci, trying to line up a specimen with the high chamber, but having a bit of trouble as it appears to have fallen into their robot. As a reminder, teams are not allowed to control more than one scoring element at a time, so they will need to remove that from their robot in order to continue scoring elements for this game. They've still got 1:34 to work that out, though, so plenty of time to free it and rejoin this match from a scoring perspective. 5828, that's EMP Chaos from California. They've got that specimen in their manipulator, reaching up towards the high chamber. If they can get it on there, that'll be a 10-point score. They're lined up. If they snap it, that'll make it a pretty secure hold. There they go, 10 points to that Blue Alliance. Minute 8 seconds to go, 164 to 94 at this point in time. 25-152 from Vietnam, pulling out a yellow alliance neutral specimen sample, scoring it up in the high basket. That's 8 points right there. Going back to do it again for their alliance as they rotate their claw, hand it off, and go on up. 5143, that's Eccentrics again from Iowa. They've got the big blue robot reaching into that submersible zone, looking to get a sample. They've got it. They're going up to the high basket now. That's an 8-point score once again as we now approach the end game and the whistle sounds. There we go, end game time. One more specimen attempt from the Blue Alliance, but it doesn't quite snap on. Still have some time to work on some more scoring, though. There's still 20 seconds remaining. It would appear that the Red Alliance may be lining up to score. Fibonacci appears to be lining up with that ascent rung. Blue Alliance, both robots appear to be doing that the same. First in the air, 5143 Eccentrics. Their alliance partner, 5828, going up as well. We appear to have a double level 3 ascent. Level 1, 2 ascent for the Blue Alliance as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of 75, let's take a look at the scores from 74. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 143 points from qualification 74. Back here on field 2, getting ready for qualification 76. On the Red Alliance, we have team 20525 Cyber Vipers. And their alliance partner, 14270 Quantum Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4780 Robolution and their alliance partner 11848 Spare Part Robotics. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous once again here. Match 76 underway. 3 robots racing around. Both alliances targeting their high baskets at this point. The switch is over though as 14270. That's Quantum Robotics from Romania, cycling samples up to their alliance's high basket. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, 4780 Robolution from New York, lining up to get a specimen off of the alliance wall from the observation zone, grabbing a specimen, taking it over, but not quite lining it up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers take control with the bells. All 4 robots moving around the field. 11848 with the green. That's Spare Parts Robotics out of Lake Villa, Illinois. They reach down to grab that sample off the floor, hand it off to their big dump bucket, and drop them off in the high basket. 8 points apiece for those. 20525. That's Cyber Vipers from California. They're herding some samples into their observation zone, to which our human player is making them into specimens. Those specimens can be scored on the high or low chamber for 10 or 6 points to each alliance. 4780 on the Blue Alliance. That's Robolution. They are back in the observation zone once again, looking to grab a specimen off the wall if they can. Having a bit of trouble getting their intake lined up, but there they go. Going to snap it on. There they go. That'll be 10 points right there to the Blue Alliance if it holds for the remainder of the match. Moving back to the Red Alliance, 14270. That's Quantum Robotics. They're out of Romania, scoring samples into their baskets. Just tried to go for what appeared to be a drop into the low basket, but didn't quite get it there. They're going back again to try again. Not quite high enough to make it to the high basket. It does fall back to the floor. However, they re-intake it to try again. Lining up with the low basket, they drop it off successfully. That's a 4-point score right there to the Red Alliance. There's the whistle. 30 seconds to go. All 4 robots still racing around the field, working on building up these scores. Spare Parts Robotics continuing their role of filling up that high basket, as over on the Red Alliance, the team from Romania does the same. 205-25, Cyber Vipers lining up with a specimen, looking to get it snapped onto that chamber. Not quite able to get it, though, as it falls back to the floor. We're at 3 seconds remaining. 1 robot goes up as the buzzer sounds.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification 76, let's take a look at the results from 75. Congratulations to the Blue Lions with a win of 226 points on qualification 75. We're going to get started here shortly on qualification 77. On the Red Alliance, we have 9879, root -1. All right, audience, that wasn't very engaged. Let's try this again. We have 9879, root -1. And their alliance partner, team 19434, Redstone EXE. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 18802, Robo Renegades. And their alliance partner, 23321, FPT Danong 1. All right, we're just waiting for the field crew to finish setting up the field. We've also lost our FTA and our head referee, so hopefully they'll be back shortly. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody moving for this autonomous period at this point in time. All four robots attempting to score. For example, 18802 of the Blue Alliance. That's Robo Renegades lining up with a sample. They've got it in their hook. Lining up with the high basket. They drop it off for 8 points right there. 19434. That's Redstone.exe from Maryland. They drop off a specimen on the high chamber right there. 10 points right there. 10 points additional for a total of 20 if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now driving their robots directly. 9879, that's route -1 from Springdale, Arkansas. They've got their manipulator out. They bring in their sample. Going up towards that high basket, they drop it off. 8 points right there, as each sample scored in that high basket is 8 points. There they go with another for their alliance as they really take on the basket cycling role we have seen emerge prominently in this game's strategy. 23-3-21, that's the team from Vietnam, FPT Da Nang 1. They're shuttling some samples into their observation zone, which our human player is then making into specimens. Those specimens can be scored on the chambers, high for 10 points or low for 6. The chambers are those blue plastic tubes on the central submersible structure on the field. All four robots continuing their earlier roles. 18802. That's Robo Renegades. They just got us another sample. Going up to that high basket, they look to drop it off, which they will, fulfilling that basket cycler role for their alliance. Their alliance partner, 23-3-21, still handling there. Now moving over to cycling those specimens up onto the chamber directly after building up a nice stockpile for themselves earlier this match. Each of those worth 10 points right there as we drop below 40 seconds to go. All four robots still zooming around here. Red Alliance also clearing out their own stockpile of specimens. That courtesy of 19434 Redstone.exe, cycling off their last handful of specimens to build up their game score. There goes another for 10 points. Blue Alliance responding with their own 10-point score right there. Redstone.exe has their last one for that specimen. They go to drop it off, snap it on, 10 seconds to go. First in the air coming from the Blue Alliance. We may have a double climb here if they can get up in these last 3 seconds. One up for red, one park for red as time expires.
All right, let's go ahead and see the results of qualification match 76. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 232 points. Moving back to field 2 for qualification 78. On the Red Alliance, we have team 8579 Classical Engineers. And their alliance partner, team 26260 route -4. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 18255 Stealth Robotics. And their alliance partner, team 24158 Green Gang. You ready? Okay. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots driving autonomously now here in match 78 of the Clark Division. All four robots still moving here. 8579. That's Classical Engineers from Temperance, Michigan. They've just grabbed a sample off of the ground, taking it up with their bucket to drop it off in the high basket. There they go. That's 8 points right there. Possibly 16 total if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now robots running under the control of their human operators right there. 24-158, that's Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. They've got a sample in their manipulator, extending it back out and dropping off that sample in their observation zone, going back to grab another as their human player makes it into a specimen by attaching that black clip to it. Those specimens could possibly be scored as part of a common strategy we see, which is to build up a large supply of those specimens and then slam them up all onto that high chamber or low chamber very quickly at the very end of the match. On the other end of the Blue Alliance, 18-255, that's Stealth Robotics out of Barrington, Illinois. They're lined up with a sample on the floor in the submersible zone. They've got that Alliance neutral sample, sending up their manipulator and dropping it off in that high basket. 26260, that's route -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. They go to clip on a specimen, but it doesn't quite go on, and possibly some trouble as their claw may have become detached from their arm that is intended to be. We will see what they're able to do for the remainder of this match. 50 seconds to go at this point in time. Both alliances still working full power on ramping up their scores. Back to the Blue Alliance side of the field, 24158. That's Green Gang. They just got a specimen in their possession. They drop it off on the high chamber and go back for more. Those will be 10 points apiece for their alliance. That whistle means 30 seconds to go. Just 21 points separating these teams, which is not a lot in Into the Deep. Team still working to build up their own score. Stealth Robotics continuing to cycle samples up into that high basket for the Blue Alliance. Red still working to build up their own as 8579 Classical Engineers grabs another sample to go drop something off in the high basket. Stealth Robotics of the Blue Alliance first up as we come under 5 seconds to go. Teams appear to be opting for some possible parks as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of 78, let's take a look at those scores from qualification 77. All right, there's a score up for Red Alliance wins, but it sounds like from what the head referees are saying, there's a correction that needs to happen. So give us just a moment to correct.
Two, three, 2, 1 is going to have a yellow card issue.
All right, so there is a small change to qualification 77. The point should remain relatively unchanged, but there was a yellow card awarded to team 23321 for egregious behavior. All right, back here on field 1 for qualification 79. On the Red Alliance, we have 10644 Cybugs, which is currently number 8 OPR in the world right now, and their alliance partner 24809 Minerva. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 23469 Gear Girls and their alliance partner 8672 You Bet. It looks like we're just waiting for our field crew to come back, and we'll get started here shortly. All right, let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
This is match 79. Just 36 matches to go to the end of our qualification round. All 4 robots still moving in autonomous. 24809, that's PRC GC Minerva from Thailand. They're working on cycling samples to that high basket. Their alliance partner 10644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan, working on cycling specimens onto the high chamber. As for the Blue Alliance, we see Gear Girls working to cycle some specimens, and their alliance partners.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Their alliance partners, you bet, recycling some samples up to the high basket there. Those are 8 points apiece, up to 16 apiece for the autonomously scored ones. All 4 robots now under driver control here. As we see 10-6-44, that's Cybugs pulling plenty of samples out to their observation zone to queue up some specimens with their human player. Their alliance partner 24809 making quick work of that high basket, pulling out alliance neutral and red alliance samples to go and score them up high for 8 points apiece right there. 23469 Gear Girls. They've got a number of specimens queued up in their observation zone, going to grab another sample and take it back to their observation zone, dropping it off so that their human player can turn it into a specimen and prepare for possible chamber scoring later. 8672, that's You Bet from Bettendorf, Iowa. They go down to retrieve a sample, though it does appear to fall onto the floor of their robot. They are attempting to shake it out at this point in time, as it does appear they will not be able to manipulate any other scoring elements if they cannot free it from their robot. 43 seconds to go at this point in time. All alliances still working quickly on scoring. Cybugs has switched over to scoring those specimens they queued up. Gear Girls doing the same, scoring those specimens they built over the past few seconds. As the whistle sounds, we move into the end game. Team still scoring all those elements they built up earlier. Still building up that scoring element scoring. 8672, that's You Bet Freeze. That sample that was stuck in their robot. Now going up with that bucket to go and score it up in the high basket. 8 points right there as we come under 10 seconds to go. First in the air, maybe 24809 from Thailand up in the air. 10-6-44 Cybugs up for red as well. That could be 30 points if they were fully up as time expired.
All right, with the conclusion of 79, let's take a look at the scores from 78. It's a win for the Blue Alliance with 196 points. Back over here on field 2 for qualification match 80. On the Red Alliance, we have team 10136 Frost RoboFalcons. And their alliance partner, 19047 Raventech HD. On the Blue Alliance side, we have the Armada Pie Gears. And their alliance partner, team 21355 Turtle Tech. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're now up to 80 matches down for this event. All 4 teams working on autonomous scoring. For example, 21-3-55, that's Turtle Tech. They just went up with their big arm to score in the high basket. That's 8 points right there. Could be 16 if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period. On the Red Alliance side of the field, 19047, that's Raventech HD, cycling some specimens up to the high chamber. Now switching over to trying to score a sample. Not quite able to intake it, though, as the autonomous buzzer sounds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers take direct control of their robots now, going to collect some scoring elements to build up their own alliance's scores. For the Red Alliance 10-136, the Frost RoboFalcons from Livonia, Michigan. They're going in to retrieve a sample. There they go. Alliance neutral sample in their possession and up in the high basket for 8 points right there. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, 14706. That's Armada Pie Gears with the bright orange robot. They're reaching into the submersible zone, looking to grab a sample if they can, lining up to try and get it in their claw. They have it in their possession, shuttling it down to the observation zone and dropping it off for their human players' use. 21-355, that's Turtle Tech with the green details on their robot, dropping off another sample in the high basket. Those samples in the high basket are worth 8 points apiece for this game. Armada Pie Gears now looking to build up their specimen supply on the chamber, taking them out of the observation zone from their human player and scoring them at 10 points apiece up top for that high chamber. That's 10 points there. 50 seconds to go at this point in time. Both alliances working quickly to build up their respective scores. 10-136 of the Red Alliance. That's going to be Frost Robo Falcons still accruing a large number of samples in the high basket for their alliance. Their alliance partner 19047. That's Raventech HD doing the same for specimens as we enter into the end game. All robots still focusing on building up their scoring element developments, but that appears to be changing as Turtletech of the Blue Alliance engages with the level 1 ascent rung. That'll be 15 points if they're up properly. On the Red Alliance, we see Frost going up for that ascent as well. 3 robots in the air, 2 for red, 1 for blue, as the buzzer sounds.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our qualification 79 results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with an event high score of 454 points. Wow, congratulations. All right, back over here on field 1 for match 81. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14739 Metal Benders. And their alliance partner, team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14596 Accelerate. And their alliance partner, team 20439 Over Titan.
Ready? Red Alliance, ready? Blue Alliance.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 81 is underway. First specimen scored by the Blue Alliance. First sample being scored by the Red Alliance. 14-7-39 Metal Benders. First to score the sample in the high basket. 2 specimen up for the Blue Alliance. That's Accelerate, team 14-5-96. Going for their third, looking for 4. 5 seconds left. They'll have to be quick.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, Blue's got all the points as we head into driver controlled. 63 points on the Blue Alliance. Coming from the specimen that have been scored, as well as getting some parking points. Getting into the observation zone gives you a couple of points there at the beginning. First samples being scored now over on the Red Alliance. Accelerate is on the front, Metal Benders is on the front side of the field for the Red Alliance. Lovington Black Cats, team 24-6-85 on the backside for Red. Looking to secure a second specimen for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is keeping pace with Red, still a 60-point lead from Autonomous. All 4 of these robots are working efficiently. 24-6-85. Lovington Black Cats have got another specimen in their grasp. They've got to navigate with their alliance partner to be able to get to the chamber. Under a minute remaining, and Blue has kept that 60-point lead. Very consistent scores in this match on both sides. Blue samples being collected on the front side by Over Titan, team 24-39 for the Blue Alliance. Human player continues turning those into specimen as we get down to 30 seconds remaining. Red is starting to close the gap, 137-92. Blue's lead dwindling. They're looking to keep that lead up, though. 45 points differentiating these two alliances with 15 seconds left in the match. More specimen being scored. A specimen on the low chamber for the Red Alliance, just hanging on by a thread. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Nice job.
All right, with the conclusion of 81, let's take a look back at those scores for match 80. It's a Red Alliance win of 347 points for qualification 80. Back here on field 2 for qualification 82. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 9879, root -1. And their alliance partner 18221, Meta Infinity. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 20936, Royal Engineers. And their alliance partner, team 23344, Technical Turbulence. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're into match number 82. Wow, all 4 of these robots operating at max speed. On the backside, 9879. Minor penalty there for controlling 2 on the backside for red. It's root -1. Appear to have a sample caught in their bot. We'll have to see how they deal with that for the rest of the match. 5 seconds left in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And root -1 very quickly get rid of that sample. They're not going to let it go to waste, though. They're going to try to get that up into their bot and score it. See what they can do with that one. Over on the blue side of the field, it's 2936 Royal Engineers on the backside for the Blue Alliance. Very quickly cycling up into the high basket. An articulate wrist on the front side of their robot with some spinner wheels to intake. Then a multi-pronged claw up at the top to deliver those to the basket on the backside for the Blue Alliance. Working very well for them. With that, the Blue Alliance has the lead, 215 to 130 as it stands. The Blue Alliance is also delivering samples to the front side of the field. Now 8 specimens being called out by the human player on the Blue Alliance. That's technical turbulence that have been cycling on the front side for blue. On the front side for the Red Alliance has been Meta Infinity, team 18221. They've been quickly cycling into the high basket, 8 points apiece for each sample that makes it in there. 45 seconds left. Blue leads by 70. As we enter endgame, blue still maintains the lead, about 60 points ahead of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is continuing to work, trying to get those specimen up and onto the high chamber. That was their final specimen they have prepared. We'll see what they decide to do with 13 seconds left. Blue extending their lead by 100, 313 to 215, and blue is looking to take it to the skies and ascend onto the submersible. 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of 82, let's take a look back at the results for match 81. The Blue Alliance wins with 191 points. All right, we're just starting to get set up here over on field 1 for qualification 83. While we get set up, I just want to promote an opportunity to commemorate this event. Outside of the main arena doors, we have a merch table where we're selling programs and posters as well as event t-shirts like this one. Sales are open until 5 p.m. today, and if you purchase another merch item, you can get a program for $5 with purchase. So please stop by our merch section, which is right outside of the arena area. Thank y'all.
It's okay, 'cause I'm not.
All right, now that we have all of our robots on the field, let's go ahead and start introducing our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 4780, Robolution. Woo! And their alliance partner, 14906, Leviathan Robotics. All right, on the Blue Alliance side, we have 14126 Fibonacci. And their alliance partner 23641 Cube Robot. All right, we're just waiting for our FTA to clear the field and get everything ready, and then we'll get started here.
Ready? Refs, good.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Both of those specimens getting slammed on at the same time from red and blue. Blue Alliance a little bit quicker on the sample collection. 23,641. Cube Robot now getting that specimen on the second try. Let's see how many cycles they can get. Wow, picking up a blue sample from the submersible while they're there. Pretty impressive for an autonomous program. Must have some sensors there. Help them figure out where those are. 5 seconds left in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Looks like 5 specimen ended up being the score for the Blue Alliance. As we get out of the autonomous period, Red Alliance with a respectable 4 as well. Just 20 points behind the Blue Alliance. 4780 is getting hard to work. Rovolution on the Red Alliance. Now grabbing a sample out of the submersible. They're going to pick up a neutral. Now they're looking for a red. Working to try to get those through. You can see as they spin their intake, they're able to launch the ones they don't want out the top. Good strategy that seems to be working for them. Samples are being collected on the front side for the Red Alliance. That's Leviathan Robotics. 14,906. Quickly cycling between the submersible and the high baskets. 8 points apiece there will contribute to Red getting to catch up with Blue. Blue has extended their lead very slightly, 40 points ahead, 180 to 139 as we get to 1 minute remaining in the match. .45 seconds left. Samples are still being collected on the blue side of the field by Cube Robot as Fibonacci on the backside, 14,126, continues to cycle those samples up into the high basket. This is contributing to the Blue Alliance lead, which is dwindling. Red Alliance is catching them, 246 to 209. Red closing the gap. They'll need some more specimens. They'll need some more samples. They might need a good ascent to make it. Blue Alliance is going to continue growing that lead. More specimens and samples being placed in their respective zones. 10 seconds left. Blue Alliance says we are headed to the submersible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at those results for match 82. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for their win in match 82 with 381 points. We seem to be on a hold really quick on match 84. We're waiting for one more team to get here, and we'll start shortly once they arrive. Y'all are aware. All right, so we are currently a little bit ahead of schedule, and one of the rules in First Tech Challenge is that we want to technically start matches on schedule. We have a team right now that is in an active pit interview, so they still have about 2 minutes to get to the field. In 2 to 3 minutes, we will start this match regardless.
All right, while we have these 2 minutes over here on the Clark division, we've just thrown up the rankings from the competition so far. If you've never seen the rankings, it might be a little confusing. There's a lot of numbers up there. So here's what's going on. On the very left side is the rank. Then you've got the team. Obviously, they're in that rank right now. To the right of that, we have the RS. That stands for ranking score. Teams earn 2 ranking points for winning a match, 1 for tying, and 0 for losing. The ranking score is the average of their ranking points throughout the day. You'll see, though, we end up with a lot of ties in the ranking score because we only have so many matches. Then we go to the auto score. That's an average of the score of the alliance during the first 30 seconds. So it's not robot specific. It may look that way, but if I'm on the blue alliance and my alliance gets 50 points, I get 50 points towards my ranking score, or towards my auto points, and that's averaged out. And then the last one is the ascent points. So during the last 30 seconds, when robots are getting up onto the submersible, the points they earn from that, the same way as auto, are averaged out. And so we go across that way to determine what rank the teams are in. And then on the right side, you'll see how many plays they have. And then you can see the ranks that are there. Looks like our 4th team is here. We're going to get into the next match.
All right, over here for qualification match 84, we're getting ready to start. On the Red Alliance, we have team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics. And their alliance partner, 5828 EMP Chaos. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8672 You Bet. And their alliance partner, 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
First scoring of the match is completed by 11848 on the Red Alliance Spare Part Robotics. 1 specimen scored for Red there. 5828 EMP Chaos for Red, working on scoring 1 sample so far. Over on the blue side of the field, You Bet, team 8672, the only ones moving so far. 16751 laying dormant until the start of driver controlled.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And just as planned, 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces spring to life at the start of driver controlled, getting ready to score for the Blue Alliance. They're going to work on collecting those samples on the front side of the field, getting those to their human player. You Bet completes the first score for the Blue Alliance, getting a sample up into the high basket as well as pushing one into the net zone. Once again, the points in this match, the net zone, the taped off corner is 2 points. The low basket is 4 points. The low chamber in the middle of the field is 6 points. 8 points in the top basket and back to 10 points on the high chamber. Sort of bounces back and forth. Generally, the higher you can get it, the more points you're going to get. A little over 1 minute remaining in the match. Red Alliance leads by 80 points, 108 to 26. Blue Alliance is looking to catch up now with some specimen being grabbed by Polytechnic puzzle pieces. They get the first one latched on very precisely. They do flip onto their back. We'll have to see if they're able to right themselves. They're still able to move around the field pretty well, though. Pretty impressive. Looks like they're scheming maybe to use the submersible as a way to flip themselves over. We'll see if they can do it. UBET is going to continue scoring, nevertheless, on the blue side of the field. 30 seconds left. Red maintains that lead. The gap is closing, though. Blue Alliance, 52 points. Red, 138. 11-8-48. Spare Part Robotics has been continuing to score. Specimen, 58-28. EMP Chaos on the Red Alliance. Now looking to score those samples up top. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at those scores for match 83. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, who won with 309 points. Back here on field 1 for qualification 85 on the Red Alliance, we have 26260 root -4. And their alliance partner, 4509 Excalibots. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 25152 F3DN. And their alliance partner, 10644 Cybugs. We're just waiting for the FTA to turn the field over to the head referee, and then we'll get started. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
First score completed by the Blue Alliance. It's 10-6-44. Cybugs now sweeping the blue samples in for their human player. Very quickly scoring those specimen as well. 2, now 3 locked on. There goes number 4, a 5th one available if they can get it in 8 seconds. More scoring happening up in the bucket for the Blue Alliance. 3 seconds left. That's it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance with a big score from those specimen coming out of the autonomous period. Red Alliance is going to start getting in on the action. Getting to the submersible now. 26-0. Root -4. Now pushing one of those samples into the net zone. It would appear they must be navigating some sort of technical issue with their robot. They're going to switch up their strategy and go for pushing into the net zone right now at this point in the match. 4509 Excalibots on the backside for Red. Giving some samples over to their human player. And samples are continuing to be scored on the backside for Blue by 25-152. F3DN 43. They've got that one locked in. Sounds like Blue Alliance has got 9 specimen ready to go. Human player counting those down to make sure the drive team knows what they're up against. Got one sample stuck in the Cybugs. There they go. They're able to shake it off. Now they can get that other sample specimen up onto the high chamber. 30 seconds left. Blue Alliance trying to get as many points as they can here. More points going up and into the basket. (10-6-44) Cybugs getting another specimen. They've got a couple more. Just 5 seconds left. They're heading over to the far side, trying to get to the submersible. 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of 85, let's take a look at the match scores for 84. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a score of 184 points. Back on field 2 for match 86. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23443 Robo Support. And their alliance partner 23469 Gear Girls. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8579 Classical Engineers. And their alliance partner 23321 FPT Donon 1.
Red Alliance, thumbs up. Blue Alliance, thumbs up.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
First scores coming in on both sides by all 4 robots, very active in this autonomous period. Another sample up and in for Blue. Another specimen locked on for the Blue Alliance. Going for number 3, so Red Alliance looks for their second. 5 seconds left in auto. Another sample trying to get up into the bucket, not quite there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Now we are ready to go. 23-3, 21, FPT Danong 1. Now getting ready, looking for a sample on the front side of the field for Blue. They're going to drop that off and through the robot. Very interesting design. They're able to just pass that through onto the ramp that's in the middle of their robot. Some teams turn around, some teams able to throw it backwards. They're going straight through their robot to try to cycle as quickly as they can. Almost all of the scoring in this game at this level of competition. This is the end of the season. This is the off season for these teams. Almost all the scoring at this point in the game is coming from the high chambers and the high baskets, 8 and 10 points apiece. The amount you can get in auto and the amount of points you can get on the ascent are the big differentiators between these teams as they're all playing at peak performance. On the red side, 23-443 Robo Support looking to need a little bit of help here. They're trying to get a sample out of their robot, caught up in the middle. They're going to try to knock that out. Their alliance partner, the Gear Girls, 23-469, doing a great job of scoring those specimen up onto the high chamber. They've got 4 more available, working efficiently to score those. As they look to make up the point deficit, 206 to 96. Blue Alliance lead. More specimen being scored. Now FPT Danong 1, 233, 2-1 are looking to get up, looking to ascend, looking for level 3 ascent. We'll see if they can get there. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we just concluded qualification 86. Let's look at the scores for 85. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 354 points. Back on field 1 for qualification 87. On the Red Alliance, we have team 5143 Eccentrics. And their alliance partner 201 Bronco Bots 1. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19434 Redstone EXE. And their alliance partner 18255 Stealth Robotics. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous underway here in match 87 of the Michiana Premier Event Clark Division. All 4 robots still flying around to build up those scores. For example, 201 BroncoBots 1 from Phoenix, Arizona. They're working with some of those specimens, pulling it in with those yellow spinner intakes, lining up with the high chamber and dropping it off. That'll be 20 points total if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
19434 Redstone.exe getting some style points at the end of that autonomous period, scoring a specimen on the edge of the submersible. They're now going in to retrieve a sample from inside the submersible zone, pulling it out and taking it to their observation zone, dropping it off so that a human player can make it into a sample. Into a specimen. They bring another specimen over to that observation zone, allowing their human player to pull it out and make it and stack it on their Alliance wall for its use possibly later. Their Alliance partner, that's 18255 Stealth Robotics out of Barrington, Illinois. They're pulling out an Alliance neutral yellow sample from that submersible zone, reaching up with their elevator and claw, dropping it off in that high basket for 8 points right there. 5143, that's Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, reaching into the center of the field. That's submersible. They get a sample. That's red for their Alliance, taking it up to the high basket and dropping it off. That's an 8-point score right there. 53 seconds to go. A pretty reliable strategy has emerged in this match. Each team has one robot cycling those clipped specimens to the chamber, that being 201 BroncoBots 1 on red and 19434 Redstone.exe from Maryland for blue, and one robot cycling samples up to that high basket, that being 5143 Eccentrics for red and 18255 Stealth Robotics for blue. We are under 30 seconds to go. 2-point separation right now. This is anybody's game. It all comes down to their scoring in the scoring elements. It could come down to their climbs as we come under 15 seconds to go. Narrow lead to the Red Alliance at this time, but Blue Alliance closing the gap right back up to 2 points. Stealth Robotics lining up to possibly be first in the air if they can get it in these final 5 seconds. Nobody in the air yet as the buzzer sounds.
Let's go ahead and see the match results for 86. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win on match 86 with 265 points. Coming back over here to field 2 for qualification match 88. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24881 Couture. And their alliance partner, 19053, Homo sapiens. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14270, Quantum Robotics. And their alliance partner, 10136, Frost Robo Falcons. We're just waiting for the teams to finish getting set up. All right. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
This is match 88 of 115 for the Clark Division qualification round. 3 robots flying around the field, down in the Blue Alliance net zone. That's 14270 Quantum Robotics from Romania. They've just grabbed a sample, appear to get it caught in the middle of their robot. As a reminder, teams are not allowed to manipulate more than one scoring element at a time, so they will need to get that out in order to keep scoring in this match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking physical control of their robots. And 14270, that's Quantum Robotics. They appear to have freed that sample from their robot and are now able to collect samples once again and score in that high basket. 8 points apiece for each of these samples. They are dropping off right up there on the Red Alliance side of the field. Also from Romania, 19053, Homo sapiens. They're cycling those specimens up onto the high chamber, grabbing samples out of the submersible, and then taking it back over to the observation zone for its use. Their alliance partner from Kazakhstan, 24881, Quator. They're going down to grab possibly some samples, lining into the Red Alliance ascent zone, but moved out of the way by 10136 Frost Robo Falcons, who moved their way in instead to grab a sample as they work to. Bit of trouble getting a hand on it, though. They work with their wheels to get a better control of it, and there they go, moving it over to the Blue Alliance observation zone, where their human player turns it into a specimen. Speaking of those specimens, they grab a pre-made one now, slamming him up onto that high chamber at 10 points apiece with their pre-makes. 47 seconds to go at this point. 176 to 133 towards red, but blue is slamming in a lot of specimens right now, and that could always change. Red Alliance, though, has a stock of 4 specimens ready to go, as 19053 Homo sapiens quickly works to slam all of them up on that high chamber, and the whistle sounds to signify the end game. 14270 Quantum still dropping off samples in that high basket. 24881 Quator. They successfully just grabbed a sample, appearing to score in the net zone. That taped off area of the floor is worth 2 points per every sample scored in there. They now make their way over to the observation zone for a 3-point park as 14270 ascends into the air and time expires.
All right, the rumor at the scoring table is the difference between scores on match 87 is only 4 points. Let's go ahead and see those results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, who won by only 4 points. Good job to both alliances for match 87. Back over here on field 1 for qualification 89. On the Red Alliance, we have 14841 Mighty Meadobots Blue. And their alliance partner 24158 Green Gang. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19047 Raven Tech HD. And their alliance partner 12682 the Golden Ratio. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
This is match 89 now here in South Bend, Indiana. All 4 robots zipping around the field to build up those scores again. 24-158 Green Gang from Maryland, shuttling in some samples for their use. Now lining up with a specimen that's on the alliance wall, flipping it over in their claw, going to try and snap it on, but not quite getting it. Their alliance partner, 14841 Mighty Meadobots Blue from Nevada. They've opted to stop moving at this point, but they were scoring samples in that high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers take control of their robots now on that Blue Alliance side. 19047. That's Raven Tech HD. They're now shuttling out samples en masse from the submersible to the observation zone, where their human player places clips on them to turn them into specimens. Meanwhile, 12682, the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois. They're cycling some samples up into the high basket, reaching it with their manipulator, pulling one out from the submersible, flipping it up into the air, and dropping it off in that high basket. Those high basket scores 8 points to to the alliance that scores them. It looks like 19047, that's Raven Tech HD, opting to cash in some of that supply they've built up. Currently looking to collect a sample, but they're now intaking that specimen off the alliance wall and dropping it off on that high chamber for 10 points right there. Back on the Red Alliance side of the field, 14841 Mighty Meadobots Blue from Nevada, still holding their job of filling up that high basket for this match as we come to 54 seconds to go. 246 to 103 at this point in time. We've seen that familiar strategy emerge this match, where we have one robot on each alliance cycling specimens, that being 24158 Green Gang for red and 19047 Raventech HD for blue, and one cycling samples to that high basket, those being 14841 Mighty Meadobots blue on red, and 12682 the golden ratio for blue. Endgame now going with that whistle signifying the arrival. We may already have our first ascents coming in, as on the Red Alliance, 14841 lines up with the level 2 ascent bar. If they can get in the air properly in the next 10 seconds, that will be 15 points to their alliance. As it appears at 24-158 of Red slams down one last high chamber score, and one blue robot goes up as time expires.
We've got the scores for match number 88 here on the Clark Division. '88 goes to the Blue Alliance. 278 to 227. Blue wins it, moving up to 3rd and 15th for the teams in that match. While we're finalizing setup over here on field number 2, let's meet the teams that are going to be here in match 90. First up, give it up, a team from Tulsa, Oklahoma, team 18802 Robo Renegades. Second on the Red Alliance, from Granada Hills, California, it's 2525 Cyber Vipers. 25, wow. Leading off the Blue Alliance from El Paso, Texas, 15450 Da Vinci Dragons Thunder. And closing out the match from Osceola, Indiana, it's 14596 Accelerate. Teams are ready. Timer's ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are now up to 90 matches down for the Clark Division at the Michiana Premier event. 3 robots racing around the field. 14596 for the Blue Alliance. That's Accelerate from Indiana. They're going up with a specimen, scoring it on the high chamber for 10 points, possibly 20 if it remains for the duration of the teleoperated period later in this match. Their alliance partner, 15450 Da Vinci Dragons Thunder from Texas. They've stopped moving at this point.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But while they were moving in the autonomous period, they did score several samples into that high basket at 8 points apiece, up to 16 points apiece if they remain at the end of the teleoperated period. For that Red Alliance, 18802, that's Robo Renegades. They were working on their high basket during autonomous and continuing that work into teleop, as they are now going in to retrieve a sample from the submersible. They've got it, reaching up and dropping it off. 8 more points to the Red Alliance, courtesy of the machine from Tulsa. 20525, that's Cyber Vipers from Granada Hills, California. They're just shuttling a sample down into their observation zone. Attempted to grab a specimen, but had a bit of trouble getting it properly. Their human player staging another and pulling that out of the field as they come back in to grab another one. Looking back to the Blue Alliance, 15450. That's Da Vinci Dragons Thunder out of El Paso. They're coming into that submersible, looking to grab a sample, rotating their claw and getting a blue pulled out and dropping it off in their observation zone. Meanwhile, 20525, that's Cyber Vipers again. They're going up with that specimen, snapping it onto their high chamber successfully for a 10-point score. 18802, their alliance partner, going up, still working on scoring in the high basket, dropping off a sample right there, going back to get another. Each of those samples worth 8 points as they look to grab them off the floor and score them up high. That whistle means 30 seconds to go, now down to 23 seconds to go. It's officially the end game period. Teams need to start thinking about how they want to finish out this match. So far, that means going forward, those scoring elements, dropping off a high sample in that high basket is 18802 again, and a high chamber score from 15450 Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder. They appeared first in the air. We have robots going up on each side as the buzzer sounds.
That means our scores are in for match number 89. Blue Alliance wins match number 89, a score of 385 to 203, a very high scoring match. We're getting ready over on field number 1 here in Clark for match number 91. First team up on the Red Alliance, help me welcome them. They're from Oxford, Michigan, 14-7-39 Metal Benders. They're joined by a team from Decatur, Illinois, 14-204 Super Scream Bros. Leading off the Blue Alliance from Armada, Michigan, it's 14-706 Armada Pie Gears. And finally, from Fremont, California, 13-356 RoboForce. All right, our field is ready. Timer's ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous now underway here back on field 1 of the Clark Division. All 4 robots flying around the field right now. For example, 14706 Armada Pie Gears from Michigan. They're grabbing that sample off of the floor with their orange robot, dropping it off in that high basket right there to move to score some more. Their alliance partner, 13356, that's RoboForce from California, scoring some specimens up high for 10 points apiece, possibly 20 points apiece.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Possibly 20 points apiece if they remain at the end of the teleoperated period. 14-7-39 down in the Red Alliance net zone. That's Metal Benders from Oxford, Michigan. They've got their manipulator extending out, spinning their wheels. They've wrapped up a sample, but it falls back to the floor. That's okay. They've still got time to try again and grab another one. They reach down to grab a new one, get it in their manipulator, go up towards that high basket and drop it off for 8 points right there. Their alliance partner with all the green, 14204 Super Scream Bros. They're from Decatur, Illinois. They've just dropped off a sample. They look to possibly be getting a sample from that central submersible, possibly having a bit of trouble with their controls. They still have 1:15 to work out how they want to conduct the rest of this match, so they have plenty of time to work something out. 8 seconds to go at this point. Blue Alliance running that double duty at this point. Super Scream Bros lined up in that submersible, looking to grab a sample, which they have, taking a Red Alliance-specific sample to their observation zone. Their human player attaching a clip, making it a specimen, and attaching it to the wall. Super Scream Bros lining up with it, taking it off of the Alliance wall, and snapping it on to their chamber, sliding many of their specimens down to create more accessible space for them to score. There they go with another as we come to 33 seconds in the match. 13-356 RoboForce of the Blue Alliance working to still score some more specimens for their side as well. All alliances still prioritizing those scoring elements as we come under 20 seconds to go, but that is changing as in the orange, 14-706 Armada Pioneers going up. They've latched on to level 2. Could they get a 30-point level 3? It looks like they may just have done that as we come down into some final seconds. Their alliance partner RoboForce up in the air as well as time expires.
Scores are in for match 90. Match 90 goes to the Blue Alliance, 212 to 140. Blue takes it. One of the teams accelerate, moving up to 14th.
The penalty end up going to the floor?
I did none.
Okay.
That was like, if anything,
We're back on field number 2 in the Clark division for match number 92. All right, let's meet the teams in this match. First up on the Red Alliance, from Muang, Thailand, it's 24-809 Minerva. They're joined by a team from Ada, Oklahoma. It's 42-24. Why not Robots? On the Blue Alliance, from Beloit, Wisconsin, it's 21-355 Turtle Tech. And finally, a team from Fremont, California, 28-596 Hypernova. Teams are ready. Timers are ready. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 92, we're back here on field 2 again. Autonomous has everybody moving at this point in time. 21-355, that's Turtle Tech in the green. They opt to line up in their ascent zone. Their alliance partners 28-596. That's Hypernova, still cycling specimens off of the floor with their extendable arm up to their high chamber. That extendable arm means they only have to drive a handful of inches to actually retrieve them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots. 42-24. That's why not Robots coming in to get a sample from that submersible, driving in to go grab some more as their human player starts building up a stockpile of specimens. They have to readjust one, though. Human players cannot touch samples that are outside that observation zone, but by moving it in there, the human player can grab it and make it a specimen. Some communication difficulties for 21-355 Turtle Tech. Our FTAs are on the case, and they're back to life for this match. able to drive again. They reach down for this Alliance neutral sample right below their claw. They've got it off the floor, driving over to the high basket. They flip it up, release their claw, and it goes in. That'll be 8 points right there if it remains by the end of the match. 24-8-09. That's Minerva from Thailand. They just pulled a sample out of the submersible, dropping it off in that high basket, going to grab another to go continue scoring. On the other side, 28-5-96. That's Hypernova from Fremont, California. They're lined up to grab a specimen off of the Alliance wall, having a bit of trouble getting the alignment to work, though. Their human player pulls out some obstructing samples, and that they get the specimen just fine and go score it for 10 points. A little bit of claw conflict between Hypernova and the Red Alliance member Minerva. As we hit the end game, they were having a bit of conflict in the submersible, but they work it out and both do what they were trying to do. Robots still focusing on building up those scoring element developments at this point. 42-24 right there. Why not Robots? With that specimen score, here comes another working out their stockpile. Blue Alliance working on similar activities. However, the Blue Alliance first to ascend. Both the robots going up for the Blue Alliance. 28-5-96, suspended from that level 3 rung. Same for Minerva from Thailand. Their scores will be coming in just a moment.
Scores are in for match number 91. '91 is a Blue Alliance victory, 249-207. Both the teams moving up to the top 15. We're getting ready for match number 93 over here on field number 1. Let's welcome our teams. First up from Sugar Land, Texas, it's 23-4-43 Robo Support. Woo! Give this team a hand. All right. Second team up on the Red Alliance from Lovington, New Mexico, it's 24-6-85 Lovington Black Cats. Kicking off the Blue Alliance from Barrington, Illinois, it's 18-2-55 Stealth Robotics. And finally from Springfield, Oregon, 14-1-26 Fibonacci. All right, our field is ready, our timer's ready. Let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
3 robots moving for the autonomous period at this point on the Blue Alliance side. 18-2-55 Stealth Robotics. They've got the robot lining up to grab a sample off the ground. There it goes, up in that high basket. That could be 16 points if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period. On the Red Alliance side of the field, 23-4-43 Robo Support from Texas, doing the same as we come down to the buzzer.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots. All 3 robots jumping off the line. First to score, Stealth Robotics with the sample they had loaded in the autonomous period. They're going in to get another. Here comes Fibonacci for that Blue Alliance, looking to snap on that specimen. They've got it lined up and down. That's 10 points, thanks to the team from Oregon. On the Red Alliance, 23-4-43, working still on building up that high basket. 24-6-85 Lovington Black Cats with the all-black robot, lining up with a red sample, shuttling it over into the observation zone, dropping them off to be turned into specimens by their human player. All 4 robots still racing around the field. A minute 13 to go at this point, 108-80. That is still a tight 30-point margin at this point and could go either way, depending on which alliances score what elements when. Here comes Fibonacci with another specimen score for the Blue Alliance, but there's the Black Cats with another for Red. Now cycling some build-ups they both made as stockpiles to build their scores later in this match. On the sample cycling, we have 18-2-55 Stealth Robotics, the machine from Barrington, dropping off a sample in that high basket there. Going back to grab another as for the Red Alliance. Robo Support from Texas goes to do the same. We're approaching the whistle and teams need to start thinking. about their final strategy for this match. So far, teams are focusing on those scoring elements, building up their scores higher and higher to a 6-point margin only recently for this game. Teams lining up to go and score. There's another specimen from Fibonacci. They now move over to the Blue Alliance Ascent zone. Blue Alliance going for the Ascent now. There's Stealth going up. There's Fibonacci going up. If they both get up, that could be 30 points in end game value as the buzzer sounds.
All right, scores are in for match number 92. '92 goes to the Red Alliance. A huge scoring match, 347 to 277. 24,809 moves up to third place and knocked 28,596 down to ninth. We're entering here into the last 20 matches of our competition, of the qualification matches. So those rankings are starting to make a big difference. So make sure to pay attention to those as we get towards the end of our qualification matches. We're getting ready for match number 94 over here on field 2. Let's go ahead and meet the teams and welcome them to the field. First up, a team from Plano, Texas. It's 23-344 Technical Turbulence. They're joined by a team from Cary, Illinois, team 12-682, the Golden Ratio. Over on the blue side of the field, give some love to a team from Springdale, Arkansas, team 26-260, Root -4. And finally, to close out this match, from Bettendorf, Iowa, it's 86-72, You Bet. Our FTA over here is deep in thought, trying to help the team. He probably can't even hear us right now. So when the FTA gets done, can we give a big round of applause for our FTAs once he gets up and is done helping this team? Hold. He's working his magic, making things happen. Almost there.
At some point soon, I would like to. All swap. Sounds good to me.
All right, unplugging, replugging in a couple of things here. All right, everybody, let's give a big round of applause for Carl and all of our FTAs. Come on, everybody, give them a round of applause. Let's hear it for our FTAs. Thank you. They are one of the very critical roles here on the competition and making sure these robots are working on the field, help keep the teams calm, help them work through their issues. Technical problems can be a big stressor, so we really appreciate our FTAs and all the work that they do. Nice job. All right, our teams are ready. Let's begin match 34 in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is match 94 now of our day here. 86-72. That's You Bet from Iowa. They go to score a sample, trying to collect one, not quite having their indexer lined up, though. 12-6-82, the golden ratio on the Red Alliance, working on that same high basket scoring. They go in to grab a sample and get it, going up towards the high basket and dropping it off for 8 points, 16 if it remains at the end of Teleop. 2-6-2-6-0 tries to do the same for a specimen.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Doesn't quite get it on there and correctly. They're going to try again, though, shuttling some samples back to their observation zone to get a supply of specimens built up. 233-44. That's technical turbulence from Plano, Texas. They're bringing in some samples, dropping them off in their observation zone so their human player can make them into specimens. They have a pretty significant stockpile built up. 5 now accrued. They're ready for their team to use. 26260 trying to line up their claw with the sample, but they aren't quite getting it lined up properly right yet. They can try again, though, to get it more aligned into their system. 12-6-82, that's golden ratio, still working on building up that sample scoring. They bring one into their manipulator, flip it up, and score it. That's an 8-point score right there for the Red Alliance. 86-72, You Bet of the Blue Alliance, trying to line up their intake on the floor, possibly having a bit of trouble getting their spinner to work, but there it goes, lined up with a sample. Not quite able to get it in, but there they go, holding it now, loading it into their robot's bucket, and taking it over to the high basket to drop it off. That's an 8-point score right there to the Blue Alliance. 44 seconds to go. All teams still racing around the field to build up their scores as fast as they can as we come within just 21 matches of the Alliance selection. The time is now to either build up your seed to hold the best alliance or showcase what you can do for possible captains to pick you. Team still built, cranking out specimens. 23-3-44, the team from Texas, Technical Turbulence, slamming out their last few specimens on stock to build up their alliance's score. Golden ratio getting another alliance sample, getting a yellow, taking it over to the high basket and dropping it off. First in the air appears to be the Blue Alliance 26260, Fruit -4 from Arkansas. As the buzzer sounds.
All right, let's go ahead and take a quick look at the scores for match 92. Congratulations, the Blue Alliance, with a win of 233 points against 171. Back here on field 2 for match 94. On the Red Alliance, we have team... Am I on the right match? Sorry, 95. I have team 5143 Eccentrics. And their alliance partner, 20525 Cyber Vipers. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23469 Gear Girls. And their alliance partner, 23641 Cube Robot. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, movement happening on both sides of the field. Cube Robot very quickly tossing those samples back into the blue observation zone as they've been doing all day today. A really consistent strategy. It's worked very well for them so far. They're now looking for more specimen. They're able to get 5 here in the autonomous period, giving blue a lead as we head into driver control.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now all four robots have sprung to life. 20525 Cyber Vipers on the Red Alliance. They're getting ready to line up, looking for a sample out there in the middle of the field. They're going to go ahead and get those 3 samples that are pre-placed on the spike marks. Very accessible, and it can be good to clear those things out of your way so you can navigate around the field more easily during the remainder of the match. 23-641 Cube Robot on the front side for blue. Doing their consistent strategy there of dropping off a sample, picking up a specimen, dropping off a sample, picking up a specimen. Back and forth, back and forth. The eccentrics on the red side of the field are now up front, deciding what they want to do with the rest of their time. They were headed towards a submersible there, their arm extended out. Looks like they might be trying to diagnose some technical issues with their robot. 1 minute remaining. Blue has a significant lead, 194-97. The Red Alliance continues to fight back. On the backside, it's the Cyber Vipers. Now looking to get another specimen up onto the high chamber. 3 already for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance have 10 up on the high chamber, 6 in the high basket. And 23-469 Gear Girls are looking to extend the lead for blue. Now reaching into the submersible, using that clamp to grab another sample. Here we go. Last 30 seconds of match number 95. Just 20 matches remaining. In today's qualification, we'll get into alliance selection. Here we go. Samples headed up. Robots headed up. Now all 4 robots at the submersible. The eccentrics now getting up for level 2 ascent. 5 seconds remain. 3, 2, 1. Nice job to all 4 teams in that match.
All right, we just concluded some serious review over here on qualification 96. Let's go ahead and see those scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 322 points against 140. This has bumped team 12682 up to 6th place.
You said 96, that's 94.
So sorry, this was match 94, not 96.
You're good.
Texas.
All right. We're getting ready over here on field 2 for qualification 96. On the Red Alliance, we have team 4780 Robolution. And their alliance partner, team 25152 F3DN. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14596 Accelerate. And their alliance partner, team 24881 Quator. We're just waiting for our wonderful FTA Carl to get the teams all set up, and then we'll get this match started.
Anything you know, it will know.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 96 underway. Samples up into the high basket, 25-152. F3DN doing a great job of that for the Red Alliance. Now looking for sample number 4. That's big points. 32 points translating to 64 as we get into driver controlled, as well as a few specimen going up for both alliances.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Blue Alliance tossing a sample over for their human player. That's 24-881 Couture. On the backside, it's 14-596 Accelerate, who are taking care of the high basket for this match for the Blue Alliance. Robolution is taking care of the backside, getting samples across, getting specimen in, up onto the high chamber. Looks like Robolution have a design on their robot where they'll pick it up and send it through on a slide through their robot. Makes it so they don't have to turn around to deposit, making for quicker cycle times, which is really what matters at this point in the season. As many as you can get up in the high basket, as many as you can get up on the high chamber, give you the best chance of winning. We're under 1 minute remaining. Red have a pretty significant lead, 50 points. Samples continue to be loaded up. The red high basket almost overflowing by F3DN, team 25-152. Blue Alliance continue to load up their high basket as well, and we're in endgame. Red Alliance is now ready. They're starting to score some of their specimen. They're going to go ahead and drop it off. A lot of these teams require very precise placement to be able to get those specimen on. So Red Alliance drops that one off to try again. 10 seconds left. One of the blue robots is already up. Accelerate is up for a level up, what appears to be a level 3 ascent.
All right, we've got the results for qualification match 95. To the Blue Alliance with a win of 278 points against 125. All right, we're about to get started here for match 97 over on field 1. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14204 Super Screen Bros from Decatur, Illinois, with their alliance partner 28596 Hypernova from Fremont, California. On the Blue Alliance, we have 19047 Raventech HD from Hunedoara, Romania, with their alliance partner 10644 Cybug from Saline, Michigan. All right, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
First specimen being scored quickly by both alliances. Now multiple samples going up into the high basket for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance looking to match. These autonomous points become increasingly important Not only because it gives you a lot of points to start off the match, but because it affects those rankings. That first criteria after winning is autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And here we go. Blue Alliance have a slight lead as we head into driver controlled, but a high score from both teams, 147 to 116. On the Red Alliance, Super Screen Bros are cycling back to the observation zone, getting those red samples up and back for the human player to turn into specimen. And their alliance partner, Hypernova, on the front side, very, very quickly scoring up and into the high basket. On the back side of the field for Blue, 19.047 Raven Tech HD filling up their basket for the Blue Alliance. That's surely contributing to their lead as we sit 187 to 156, a highly competitive match. Under a minute left, and the Blue Alliance lead grows. 40 points now. Red Alliance have a lot of specimen waiting and ready to go. Super Screen Bros are going to pull the trigger and go. 10 points apiece per specimen. They can easily make up this deficit. Blue Alliance is going to have to fight to hold on to it. 40 seconds left. More specimen going in now for the Blue Alliance. Cybugs getting pushed around a little bit by Hypernova. Being asked to back off by the referees here as they try to slow down the Cybugs. Trying to get in there, can't quite do it. 10 seconds left. Blue Alliance still maintain their lead despite the defense. 50 points above the Red Alliance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go ahead and see the match results of qualification 96. The scoring table is saying it's a pretty close call. The Red Alliance wins with 222 points to 214. Over here on field 2 for qualification 98 on the Red Alliance, we have team 23321 FPT Da Nang 1 from Da Nang, Vietnam, with their alliance partner 18221 Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 21355 Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin, with their alliance partner 14841 Mighty Meadowbots Blue, Las Vegas, Nevada. While we wait for the FTA and field crew to get the field set up, I do want to remind everyone that if you're looking for a way to commemorate your journey to Michiana, we do have a merch booth right outside the main arena space, and they're selling t-shirts and program books and posters and all of the things you could need to commemorate this experience. They are open until 5 p.m. today. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here comes match number 98. All four of these teams on the move. On the backside of the field for the Red Alliance, it's Da Nang 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1 for the Red Alliance. Now working on getting those specimen. 3 up, they're looking for 4. They get it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There we go. They get it at the final moment, giving Red a pretty hefty lead, 112-51, as we get into driver control. Blue Alliance's Turtle Tech, team 21-355, looking to strike back immediately. Getting a sample into the high basket, going to start cycling very quickly towards the high basket. 8 points apiece. They can cover this lead pretty quick. You got to watch out for this Red Alliance, though. They are grabbing those samples and getting them in for their human player to be able to start turning into specimen. So their score might not go up very quickly here at the beginning, but they might start getting it here towards the end as they continue scoring those specimen. We see a little bit of contact over here on the red side of the field, 14-8-41. Mighty Meadowbots Blue looking to play a little defense against FTP Dunong 1 on the Red Alliance. Trying to slow them down. There's some different types of defense you can play in First Tech Challenge. You just have to be careful to not block or pin for too long. Blocking access to an area or pinning a robot with a countdown of 5 seconds can lead to some fouls. Blue Alliance is now headed back over to their side of the field. One of those nameplates has come off, but on the Blue Alliance, that's Mighty Meadowbots Blue doing a mighty fine job playing defense against Red. It's allowed Blue to catch up, 109-147. Still a bit of a gap, but nothing the Blue Alliance can't overcome. Samples being dropped up in. Meadowbots Blue figuring out how they can contribute for the rest of this match. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. A great match. Nice job.
All right, let's go ahead and see the results for qualification match 97. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 287 points to 241. All right, since we just wrapped up a review on that match, we are going to start loading qualification 99 here shortly and get started. All right, we're getting robots set up here on match 99. On the Red Alliance, we have team 19434 Redstone EXE. And their line alliance partner, team 24158, Green Gang. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 14270, Quantum Robotics. And their alliance partner, team 4509, Excalibots. Our FTA has cleared the field. It looks like we're just waiting for our head referee to finish up a quick question in the question box, and we'll get this match started. All right, we're still waiting to start over here on qualification 99. Audience, how are y'all doing at this point in the day? Are we feeling pretty tired, or are y'all feeling like pumped up? I'm going to take the general lack of response as feeling pretty tired.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, ready. F crew.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, already 3 samples up and in for the Blue Alliance. One just slightly not making it there. 7 seconds left. Redstone EXE excited to be on the Red Alliance. They've scored one of their specimen already, looking for number 2.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the Green Gang on the front side for the Red Alliance. Now they've got one yellow sample up and into the high basket. Blue Alliance has a slight lead as we go into driver controlled here, 77-64. Lots of samples flowing into the high basket by 14270 Quantum Robotics. 4509 Excalibots for the Blue Alliance. Now contributing. They're feeding samples over to their alliance partner, Quantum Robotics. Trying to speed them up. Looks like we won't have any specimen coming out for the Blue Alliance. They're just going to focus on filling up that high basket. We'll see how that strategy works out for them. They'll have to get creative pretty soon as that high basket starts to overflow. 1 minute remaining, and this strategy seems to be working for the Blue Alliance for the moment. 149-88. But here comes the Red Alliance. It's Redstone EXE. They've got tons of specimen available to them. They're going to start locking those onto the high chamber for 10 points a pop. Could very quickly catch up with the Blue Alliance. "33 seconds. Here they come. The Red Alliance is starting to gain on the Blue Alliance. Still a 50-point deficit, but they've got the tools to be able to do it. As long as the Blue Alliance can keep feeding in those samples and stay far enough ahead of Red, they might be able to make it happen. 10 seconds left. No teams heading to the submersible yet. Here we go. Here comes Quantum Robotics. They're headed to the submersible in the last few seconds. Nice job.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the scores for qualification 98. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 204 points to 128. Back here on field 2 for qualification 100. On the Red Alliance, we have team 20936 Royal Engineers. With them is team 8579 Classical Engineers. We got a dual engineer team. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics. And their alliance partner, team 19053 Homo Sapiens. All right, Carl has stepped off the field. That's usually a sign that we're good to go. All right, let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 100 is underway. 16 matches remaining, including this one, until we get to our alliance selection. The rankings in these final 16 matches can make a big difference. Takes us 12 matches to get through all of our teams. So pretty soon, teams are going to be making their final appearance here in the qualification matches. I'll let you know when that does happen. On the backside for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The Classical Engineers, team 8579. Some big scoring there in Autonomous for Red. 4 Specimen up and onto the high chamber. Not to be outdone, the Blue Alliance, 5 Specimen onto the high chamber. And it's neck and neck here, 159 to 163. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Samples are flowing consistently into the high baskets for both alliances. Homo Sapiens on the Blue Alliance, here to be on sample duty. They're getting those over to their human players so they can start working on getting Specimen up and onto the high chamber. They're cycling a sample for a Specimen, trading their human player out. It's within 4 points here, folks. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance keeps going back and forth. Who's in the lead? 1 minute, 5 seconds left. More Specimen making their way to the high chamber for both alliances. Red with a slightly slow one there. Blue Alliance working like a well-oiled machine. 19053. Homo Sapiens getting theirs. And now 8579 Classical Engineers are finding their groove. Working well with the human player here. Headed to the high chamber again. More Specimen going out. A very few blue samples left. It is so close. The Blue Alliance do have a slight lead, 40-point lead here with 15 seconds left. Red Alliance looking to get some more of those Specimen down, a couple falling off. Blue Alliance lead grows, 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's take a look at those scores from qualification 99. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a score of 231 against 151. Over here on field 1 for qualification 101, on the Red Alliance, we have team 20439 Over Titan with their alliance partner 14706 Armada Pie Gears. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14906 Leviathan Robotics. And their alliance partner, team 5828 EMP Chaos. All right, it looks like we're almost ready to start, but the referees are on a quick review. Hopefully we'll be able to get started here shortly.
What is this team called again? What's their actual name?
All right, we're still just waiting for this referee review to conclude to start match 101. As a reminder, we do have merch for everyone to commemorate their experience at the Michiana event. If you stop by the merch booth, which is just outside the main arena space, we do have t-shirts and posters and other books that will help commemorate the experience. So stop by before 5 p.m. today to purchase some merch. All right, we're ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're up into triple digits for the number of matches played so far. 101 out of 115, only 14 left to go today. All 4 robots flying around the field, building up those scores. 14906 Leviathan Robotics from Oklahoma, grabbing a specimen off of the Alliance wall, going back to their observation zone and grabbing another. On the Red Alliance side of the field, 14706, that's Armada Pie Gears going up with their arm, but didn't quite get the sample they were going for there. Moving around instead as Autonomous ends.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Coming out of Autonomous, that score 115-71 towards the Blue Alliance. All 4 robots now driving around under human control. For the Blue Alliance, 58-28. That's EMP Chaos from California. They're lined up trying to get a sample out of that submersible, but a bit in the way of them is 204-39 over Titan also from California. They just retrieved a sample and took it to their human player, dropping it off for use as a future specimen. 58-28 now going up with that sample, dropping it off in the high basket, and that's going to be 8 points right there to the Blue Alliance. 14906 on the Blue Alliance. That's Leviathan Robotics from Oklahoma. They're lined up with their claw, trying to get a sample, clamping it down, and they've got it. There we go. Dropping it off in the observation zone, accruing a very large supply of specimens. That's a strategy we've seen very prominent in this game, collecting a large number of samples and dropping them off as specimens one by one, so that eventually you're able to go in and score all of them incredibly quickly in the final end seconds of this match. Speaking of those final seconds, 50 seconds to go. They switch over to the strategy of slamming on all those specimens. 133 to 111, 133 to 121. Very tight match here. It could go either way. Red Alliance opting to start scoring their specimens too. 204-39 over Titan, looking to clamp down on that specimen, take it over, flip it up into the air, and clamp it onto that high chamber. Blue Alliance slamming in theirs as well. They've still got quite a few waiting. Looks like 5 or 6 of them there. Nobody in the air yet, but that could be changing as we see the orange team are made of Pie Gears. They're lined up, latching on to the level 2 ascent rung, reaching up for level 3. Can they get it for those 30 points? Looks like they might. Will they get their safety hooks are on? They are locked in. That could be a 30-point endgame for the Red Alliance as time expires.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the scores for qualification match 100. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 396 points against 327. Back over here on field 2 for qualification 102. On the Red Alliance, we have team 15450, Da Vinci Dragon Thunder. And their alliance partner team 24809, Minerva. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14739, Metal Benders. And their alliance partner 16751, Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Back at it again with another autonomous period here in Michiana. All four robots racing around. 24-809 down in the Red Alliance net zone, handling some samples up into their high basket. 16-751 Gear Girls looking to do the same. Not quite getting it in their manipulator, though, as the robot keeps on zipping around. 15-450 on the Red Alliance side of the field. They line up to get a specimen off the wall and take it to the high chamber for 10 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
10 points for its score on Autonomous, possibly up to 20 total if it remains scored at the end of the teleoperated period. 14-739 of the Blue Alliance. That's Metal Benders from Oxford, Michigan. They've rolled down their intake to grab a best sample, pulling it out of there and giving it to their human player to make it a specimen. Now driving around to shuttle in some of the presets for the human player's use to turn into specimens at some later date. 24809 on the Red Alliance. That's the team from Thailand, Minerva. They're cycling samples from that submersible, grabbing onto them, pulling them out, and then taking them over to the high basket, dropping them off at 8 points apiece. Their alliance partner, 15-450 for their alliance, working to quickly build up that supply of specimens on the high chamber, having a bit of trouble, though, trying to reach in to grab a sample. There may be some possible issue that they may be working on. Hopefully they're able to continue their activities they're hoping for shortly. 16-751 Polytechnic puzzle pieces appear to have a sample in their possession, but placing it back on the ground and reorienting their claw to get a better grasp on it. Going back at it, wrapping around it, and they have it. Taking it into their robot and trying to get it into their arm. Lowering down that arm claw to retrieve it. They've made the handoff. They take it up towards that high basket, get it over the rim, and drop it off for an 8-point score as we enter the end game. All four robots still flying around to build up those scores. 14-739 Metal Benders of the Blue Alliance going up to snap on a specimen for that 10 points if they can. They've got it lined up, pulled through, and there it goes. 10 more points to Blue in this endgame period. First in the air may also be that team. That's Metal Benders lining up with the level 1 ascent rung. Not quite getting it on, though. Polytechnic puzzle pieces not quite there. Minerva in the air, however, as it appears, as time expires.
Right. With the conclusion of that match, let's take a look at the scores for match 101. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, who won by 262 points against 216. All right, moving back here to field 1 for match 103. On the Red Alliance, we have 4224 Why Not Robots. And their alliance partner, 201 Broncobots 1. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 10136 Frost Robo Falcons. And their alliance partner, 18802 Robo Renegades. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Back to field 1 now, match 103 going on. All four robots still working on autonomous activities. 10-136, that's Frost Robo Falcons out of Livonia, Michigan. They've got a specimen in their possession, rolling over to the high chamber. They are lined up and snap it on. That's 10 points right there. 20 total if it remains at the end of the autonomous period. Working on the same task is Broncobots 1 from Phoenix, Arizona, snapping on their 4th specimen up high for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Everyone now under driver control here. 18802 of the Blue Alliance. That's Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're bringing in some samples to their human player, who snaps on a hook, a clip, to make it a specimen for its later use. They've just grabbed another one from the submersible and take it down for its use by that human player. 4224 Why Not Robots from Ada, Oklahoma. They're descending down with their claw, hand it off to their arm, and take it up to the high basket. There's an 8-point score right there to the Red Alliance. Having a bit of traffic difficulty now getting into the submersible, but they're able to squeeze their way in and grab what they need. Minute 15 to go, 123 to 115. Only an 8-point gap at this moment in time. 201 Broncobots 1 lining up with that high chamber. Not quite able to get it on. Going to try again to snap it up, and there they go. 10 points right there to their alliance. Trying again with those yellow spinners for their intake. Swerving on over and dropping it off for 10 points. 10-136. 10-136 Frost Robo Falcons from Livonia, Michigan. They've got that sample in their manipulator, going up with their bucket, flipping it over and scoring it for 8 points. Going to get another for another 8 points to their alliance. We're now approaching the end game. Team still going full send on scoring these samples and specimens. 197 to 155. But the Blue Alliance appears to have a rather large stockpile of specimens ready to roll for their scoring use in this match as we come to 20 seconds remaining. 201 Bronco Bots 1 grabbing the last pre-made specimen, snapping it on for 10 points right there. First up goes to Frost. They're ascending up into the air. They're up. Their alliance partner is up. 2 climbs for Blue. At least 1 for Red, it appears, as the buzzer sounds.
All right, we just finished 103. You know what that means. Let's take a look at scores for match 102. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 314 points to 95. Back over here on field 2 for qualification 104. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18255 Stealth Robotics. And their alliance partner 13356 RoboForce. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 9879 Root -1. And their alliance partner 12682 the Golden Ratio. All right, we're just waiting for all of our teams to get set up over here. It looks like we may be having a connection issue. Carl's in the classic FTA lean. All right, most of the field is ready. We just have one team that's having trouble connecting. But it looks like they just managed their connection. Oh, we got connected, but we're having a problem with the driver station. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 104 underway. This is the last match for many of the qualification match for many of the teams on this field. One last chance to build up their ranking. One last chance to show off what these impressive machines can do. All 4 robots still cranking around the field to build up those scores. We could have a pretty high scoring match here, as both alliances are neck and neck, already in the mid-40s and 50s for their autonomous scores.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Coming out of autonomous, 154 to 115, both teams already up in the triple digits. All four teams were in that submersible. First to score, 18-255, Stealth Robotics out of Barrington, Illinois. One of two Illinois teams in this match. They're facing off against a team doing the same function of scoring in the high basket. That would be 12-682, the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois. Only about a 30-minute drive from Barrington. 13-356, RoboForce from Fremont, California. They're lining up in that submersible, pulling out samples to go build up a supply of specimens for later use. Here comes what appears to be their sixth supply sample, now pulling out a specimen to score. That's 10 points right there, going up for the Red Alliance. They're going to start slamming down more of them, it appears. They bring in a second for another 10 points. On the Blue Alliance, 9879, route -1. They're down there looking to collect a sample. They're from Springdale, Arkansas, as they move down into the observation zone, dropping off a sample, then retrieving a specimen, going and latching it up for 10 points right there. They're now going in to retrieve another to keep doing that same task. 45 seconds to go, a 6-point separation. Both teams already at 220 points and climbing. This is going to be a tight match and could come down to just about anything here. The same strategies we saw earlier being employed. As the whistle sounds, teams continue their general match-long tasks. We see 13-356. That's RoboForce from Fremont, California, snapping on a couple more specimens as we come into the final 15 seconds. First in the air, maybe Stealth Robotics. Their hooks are up. They're lined up for an ascent, and there they go off the ground. Their partners from Fremont's looking to join them up in the air. We have 2 attempted ascents on Blue as time expires.
All right, let's take a look at those scores for qualification match 105, 103. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 263 points against 236 points on qualification 103. Back here on field 1 for qualification 105. On the Red Alliance, we have team 25152 F3DN with their alliance partner 19053 Homo Sapiens. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 20525 Cyber Vipers with their alliance partner 14841 Mighty Meadobots Blue. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 105 now here in South Bend, Indiana. 10 more matches to go after this one, and many of these teams will be done by the end of this match. 19053, that's Homo Sapiens. On the Red Alliance, they shuttle down some samples to build up their score. Now looking to shuttle some specimens, but not quite able to get them as their robot stops movement and the autonomous clock winds down.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots now moving around the field. 20525, that's Cyber Vipers from California. They've got that sample. They're shoving it into their observation zone, lining it up for possible use. Now they're lining up to possibly try and intake a piece. They've extended a claw that they can use to grab onto a specimen. They're lining up with it. They wrap their claw around it, and they have it. That specimen can be scored for 10 or 6 points on the high or low chamber. They're going for high at this point. Raising it up. They've got it over, and they bring it down, snap it on. 10 points right there to the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partner, 14841. That's Mighty Meadobots Blue from Nevada. They're going in to grab a alliance neutral yellow sample, dropping it off in the high basket right there. Now going for some specific samples from the submersible in the center of the field. On the Red Alliance side of the field, 25152. That's F3DN.483 from Da Nang, Vietnam. They're pulling into the submersible. Claw extended. They're ready to grab a scoring element, and they've got it. That sample going up to the high basket where they drop it off for 8 points. Both alliances still cranking out their duties. 19053 has an alliance neutral sample in their possession, taking it over to the net zone, dropping it off. That's 2 points right there. Could be made more if the alliance... if the Alliance elects to take that sample up higher. Still 2 points if it remains, though. 22 seconds to go. Both alliances still cranking away here. First ascent may be coming in from the Blue Alliance, 14,841. They've already engaged with the level 1 ascent rung. If they can get up in the next 10 seconds, that will be 15 points to their alliance. They appears to possibly be the only ascent, as we've seen Homo sapiens fly in for a park and the team from Vietnam go in for one last score as the buzzer sounds.
All right, with the conclusion of 105, let's take a look at those scores from 104. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, who won with 326 points against 318, which bumped Fibonacci up to 4th place and Root -1 up to 6th place. Back over here on field 2 for match 106. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 20439 over Titan, with their alliance partner team 23344 Technical Turbulence. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 23641 Cube Robot, and their alliance partner team 28596 Hypernova. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots back at it again here. Match 106 on field number 2. Again, many of these teams, if not all of them, will be done for the qualification round after the conclusion of this match. 23,344 for the Red Alliance. That's Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. They've got those specimens, lining them up and scoring them on the high chamber. 23641. That's Cube Robot from Palo Alto, California, doing the same for those specimens for their alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers out take control of their robots. All 4 moving around the field. 28,596. That's Hypernova from Fremont, California, rounding out the All-California Alliance on blue, dropping off a sample in the high basket. That's going to be 8 points right there as they go to score again. 204.39. That's over Titan going into the submersible to grab a sample, having a bit of trouble getting there, but they've still got 1:30 to work it out and grab one. This match containing 3 teams from California, 1 from Texas, Blue Alliance, all California, and the Red Alliance, the mix of the 2. 23,641, Cube Robot. They've got that sample now. Well, they're going to grab it from the center, got it in from the submersible zone, dropping it off in the observation zone, and taking a specimen with them. It does go on the high chamber. That is worth 10 points, but given that it's not snapped down, it is a bit precarious as it could fall off like it did there. If they're able to recover it, they could rescore it if they elect to. 23,344. That's Technical Turbulence out of Plano, Texas, with one of the all-black robots. They're cycling some specimens up to the high chamber now, pulling it off the wall and taking it up to drop it off for 10 points right there. They're going to line up with this red specimen. Not quite able to hook it, so they flip down, try again, and get it. That's a 10-point score right there. As the whistle sounds, already up above 400 points is the Blue Alliance. Everyone electing to score, scoring elements at this point in time. Red Alliance moving over to scoring in that high basket is one of their alliance members, 23,344, Technical Turbulence, as they move through. 10 seconds to go. First ascent's coming in. We have 1 robot up for blue, possibly 2, attempting what may be a level 3 ascent. If it was, that would be 30 points as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of 106, let's take a look at the results for qualification 105. And it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 177 to 76. All right, back over here on field 1 for qualification 107. On the Red Alliance, we have team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics from Lake Villa, Illinois. On the red, also with the Red Alliance, we have team 14126 Fibonacci from Springfield, Oregon. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4509 Excalibots from Savage, Minnesota. And their alliance partner 18221 Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. All right, we're just waiting for the field crew to work their magic. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now match 107 here. 4509. That's Excalibots from Savage, Minnesota, flying around the field with an Andy Mark goat mounted to their robot. A nice plushy friend to join us for this match. 11848. That's Spare Parts Robotics. They're running their autonomous, looking to grab a specimen off of their alliance wall, placing it up on the high chamber for 10 points. Could be 20 if it stays at the end of the match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots. 14126 Fibonacci herding some of these alliance neutral samples into their net zone. They've got 3 in there so far, so at 2 points apiece, that could be 6 points if they remain there at the end of the match. 18221, the robot in white. That's Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. They're looking to grab a sample. They've got a Blue Alliance sample in their control, popping it up into their claw, raising their elevator, and they drop it off for 8 points to their alliance. Possibly communications difficulties for 11848. That's Spare Parts Robotics. They've called for the FTA and are receiving assistance with their robot. Hopefully they can rejoin this match soon, as they still have a minute 13 to work out their communications difficulties. 4509. That's Excalibots. They're reaching into their submersible, grabbing a blue sample, helping supply their alliance partner Meta Infinity with a constant supply of samples for scoring in that high basket. That sort of feeder strategy is a bit unique in this game, but it seems to be working very well for them, as they're already approaching 100 points scored. 43 seconds to go. Spare Parts Robotics up and running again. They're grabbing a sample off of the floor, taking it up to the high basket, pulling them out of the net zone and scoring them more for their Red Alliance. There's the whistle. 7-point separation right now in this match. 25 seconds to go. Alliance is still working to snap things on. 14126, that's Fibonacci. They just got a snap on for that specimen, scoring 10 points for their alliance. Looking to do the same for theirs as we had 10 seconds to go in this match. No ascents yet, but that could be changing as Fibonacci comes in with their hooks up. They have 2, 1, and time expires with no robots in the air.
All right, my trusty scorekeeper has informed me that the results of 106 is a new high score. Let's go ahead and check them out. And Blue Alliance wins with a whopping event high score of 485 points. Its competitiveness is seriously heating up as we get to the end of the day. Back on field 2 for match 108. On the Red Alliance side, we have team 24881 Couture. And their alliance team 23443 Robo Support. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 201 Bronco Bots 1. And their alliance partner team 14706 Armada Pie Gears. Seems like we may be waiting on a little bit of a technical difficulty issue. All right, it looks like Armada is switching out of driver station. While we wait for them to figure that out, let's learn a little bit more about our teams. Team 24881 Couture is from Astana, Kazakhstan. Their alliance partner team 23443 Robo Support is from Sugarland, Texas. Bronco Bots 1 is from Phoenix, Arizona. And Armada Pie Gears is from Armada, Michigan. All right, it looks like we resolved our technical issues for Armada. We're just waiting for Kat, our head referee, to give us the go-ahead to start this match. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
This match underway. We have just 8 matches left to go, or 7 in this event. 201 Bronco Bots 1 swerving into their observation zone once again. They're going to retrieve a specimen off the wall, taking it up to their high chamber and snapping it on successfully for 10 points right there. 20 if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period. Armada Pie Gear is just barely missing a sample there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As drivers take control, Armada Pie Gear is now opting to move into the midfield, into this, and grabbing a sample from the submersible, going up and dropping it off for 8 points right there. 24-881, that's Quator from Kazakhstan. They're shuttling some samples out of the submersible zone and hauling them over to the Red Alliance observation zone, where their human player turns them into specimens for later use. 23-443, also on the Red Alliance. That's Robo Support from Sugarland, Texas. They've got that neutral sample in their possession, passing it off from their intaking claw to their elevator claw. Elevator gets it. They raise it up, go to that high basket, and drop it off for 8 points right there. Minute 10 to go at this point. All 4 robots still flying around the field. Armada Pie Gears lining up with the submersible zone once again, reaching for an alliance neutral sample. That yellow going up from the orange robot. They line up with that high basket and drop it for 8 points in that high basket right there. Bronco Bots 1 appearing to work through their specimen supply now, going to intake another specimen off the wall and placing it on the high chamber, as their human player has just added another to there for them to use. That upper chamber score, 10 points apiece right there as we reach the 30-second whistle. With that whistle, it's the end game. Teams are starting to think about how they want to finish out this match. So far, that means more and more scoring elements going up to increase the scores in that manner. 24-881 going up with a specimen. They've got it on there. Going to grab another. The machine from Kazakhstan lining up with a specimen. Able to hook it, flipping it around and going up. We already have one team up on a level 2 ascent. We may have a second with Bronco Bots 1 as time expires.
All right, we finish up match 108. Let's take a look at the scores for match 107. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 134 points against 120 on match 107. Back here on field 1 for match 108 or 109. On the Red Alliance, we have team 5143 Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. With them is 14596 Accelerate from Osceola, Indiana. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 23321 FPT Danon from Danon, Vietnam. And their alliance partner, Team 24158 Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're coming down to the end of our qualification round here in South Bend, Indiana. In this match, it's all Midwest on that Red Alliance. Speaking of 14,596, that's Accelerate from Osceola right here in the state of Indiana. They're going to grab a specimen off the wall. Not quite able to get it, though. Their alliance partner, 5143, that's Eccentrics, did score several samples in that high basket, though they have elected to stop moving at this point in time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now take control of their robots. First into that submersible is 23-321 FPT Da Nang 1 from Da Nang in Vietnam. They're shuttling now some preset samples to their observation zone for use by their human player to build up some specimens and have a supply ready to roll. They drop off a sample right there for that human player's use, reaching into grabbing another, but having a bit of claw conflict with 14,596 Accelerate of the Red Alliance. They both get what they need, though, and make their way onward in this match. Joining them on the Blue Alliance, 24-158. That's Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. They're looking to try and get into the submersible to possibly retrieve a sample. Having a bit of trouble getting in there, though, as they move around to a different angle to retrieve what they need. Lining up with an Alliance neutral sample, accidentally grabbing a red one and returning it, as they can't actually use that for their game. 1 minute to go, 156-114. It's still a relatively tight match here. The team from Vietnam, 23-321 from Da Nang, they're starting to grab some of those specimens and take them up using their stockpile. As on the Red Alliance side, 14,596 Accelerate from Indiana goes to do the same, building up that stockpile and using it to quickly ramp up their score. 51-43, the Blue Machine from Iowa on the Red Alliance, working to score more in that high basket, dropping off a sample right there for 8 points as they go back to get another from that submersible. 20 seconds to go, 216-198. It could come down to endgame here. First ascents may be coming in as we see all 4 robots aligning in. We see at least 1 robot up, possibly 2. Make that 3 as the final countdown comes. We might have 2 different level 3 ascents. It is possible as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of match 109, let's take a look at those scores from match 108. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 307 points against 151. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 110, on the Red Alliance, we have team 14906 Leviathan Robotics from Tulsa, Oklahoma. With them is team 9879 Root -1 from Springdale, Arkansas. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14204 Super Screen Bros. And their alliance partner, 8672 You Bet. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are all the way up to 110 matches. We've played 75 today. We're going to play 80 by the time the day is out. 9879 on the Red Alliance. That's Root -1 of Arkansas. They're going towards the submersible, reaching down to grab a sample. Accidentally getting 2, though. 1 going into that high basket. 14906. That's Leviathan Robotics going from Tulsa. They've already scored 4 specimens up on the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Those high chamber scores could be worth a collective 80 points if they remain at the end of this match. 8672, You Bet from Bettendorf, Iowa. They're now grabbing some They're now grabbing samples off the floor, reaching up towards the high basket, dumping out that sample for 8 points right there. Their alliance partners, that's 14-204 Super Scream Bros of Illinois, going in to grab a sample, spinning their wheels, and they've got an alliance-specific one, taking it to their observation zone, where their human player makes another specimen for the stockpile. 98-79, that's route -1. Going into that submersible, going to grab an alliance-specific pixel sample, going up towards the high basket once again. 14-906, that's Leviathan Robotics trying to get a sample out of the submersible, reaching around it with their claw, trying to grab it. They've got a handle on it, taking it down to drop it off in the observation zone. Both alliances racing around still. 46 seconds to go at this point as these teams are still working hard to build up their scores. 14-204 Super Scream Bros lining up in their observation zone. They've got a specimen in their control, taking it up to their high chamber. They can snap it on if they can. That'll be 10 points if they do. As the whistle sounds, it falls back to the floor and they try for another to keep building up their score. 86-72, you bet, going up to grab a sample. Having a bit of trouble getting it in there, though, as the Red Alliance keeps working on their specimen stockpile for Leviathan Robotics. First in the air, 98-79, route -1 from Arkansas. They're up with what appears to be a level 2 climb, which could be 15 points as time expires. And Super Scream nailing a last-second 10-point specimen score for this match.
All right, let's take a look at the results of qualification 109. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, who has won by 251 against Blue Alliance's 241. This is one of those cases where fouls may have sort of made the score for that match because it was close. All right, back here on Field 1 for match 111. On the Red Alliance, we have team 5828 EMP Chaos from Hemet, California, with their alliance partner team 10644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 20936 Royal Engineers from Suceava, Romania. And their alliance partner team 13356 RoboForce from Fremont, California. All right, we're just waiting for our field crew to get the field set up here for match 111, and then we'll get started. As a reminder, there's about 45 minutes left to buy merch from the merch booth today before they close at 5 p.m. So if you're looking to commemorate your Michiana experience, stop by. They are right outside the arena area.
Human.
All right, it looks like our field is ready, but we're still doing a quick referee review. We should start here shortly. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 111. Underway, we're into auto and 10-6-44, the Cybugs for the Red Alliance, very quickly sweeping those samples over to the human player, feeding them in, looking for that 5 specimen auto. They've been doing all day today. They've got 4 in. They've actually got 1 left. They're looking for a 6 specimen auto. Blue Alliance looking to lock in their 5th, and they get it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That 6 specimen auto and a few samples will give the red the lead, 160 to 136 as we head into driver control. RoboForce on the Blue Alliance, 13-3, 56, getting samples over to the human player. 58-28 on the red side of the field. EMP Chaos working on scoring samples into the high basket. Both of these roles have proven absolutely critical to these alliances' success, and their working together is pivotal if they want to win these final matches to affect the rankings. Blue Alliance has made a comeback, 160 to 168, red with a slight lead. Red Alliance trying to get some points on the board. They've been loading up samples over into the observation zone, so watch for that score to start shooting up whenever they decide to start scoring those specimen. 1 minute left. $50 seconds left. These alliances are within 2 points. 45 seconds left. Cybugs are switching to specimens. EMP Chaos continuing to score on the front side for red. Royal Engineers and RoboForce on the Blue Alliance are looking to extend their lead. 234 to 222. Scores changing rapidly. If you're supporting one of these 4 teams, let me hear you in this match. Are you excited? This is a huge score. 252 red, 218 blue. Red Alliance is extending their lead now that they're scoring those specimen. It's 272 points, 282, 292. They're heading to the submersible for those final points. 3, 2, 1.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, let's take a look at the results of qualification match 110. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a score of 414 against 185. This has shot root -1 up to 5th place. Congratulations, teams. Back here on field 2 for qualification 112. On the Red Alliance, we have team 21355, Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin. And their alliance partner 14270, Quantum Robotics from Bucharest, Romania. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 16751, Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces from O'Fallon, Illinois. And they're paired certainly with what must be their sister team, team 23469, Gear Girls, also from O'Fallon, Illinois. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Blue Alliance first to score on a specimen. Red Alliance now working on getting some samples up. It's 14-270 Quantum Robotics for the Red Alliance. Reaching into the submersible, getting another. Not quite able to get rid of it. Still got it in hand. There it is. Finally up and into the high basket. Looking for a neutral sample. Can they get it up? 3 seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that third specimen brought the Blue Alliance pretty close to red, 60 to 67 as we enter driver control. All 4 of the robots are now on the move. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces looking to try to get their robot going. See what they decide to do, looking at the samples it would appear out on the field. The Gear Girls, 23-4-69. Now on the Blue Alliance, they're putting samples into the observation zone. Human player quickly turning those into specimen. On the Red Alliance, we've got Turtle Tech and Quantum Robotics, both cycling quickly. Both appearing to both be scoring in the high basket. This is a strategy we've seen work today. Not going for those specimen, but both teams just getting up there into the high basket. It can be easier, a little less time consuming. 1 minute left, and the strategy seems to be working for red. 107 to 66. But here come the Blue Alliance, the Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces, and the Gear Girls. looking to combat against red. 78 points, 68 now for blue. They're going to start scoring those specimen, which will catapult them up towards the red score. P3 looking to use the submersible to try to get their arm back in, it would appear. 25 seconds left. Red Alliance leads by 30 points. They're going to head to the backside, looking to ascend. P3 getting ready to ascend. They're trying to get a grip on the top bar. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. Nice job. Let's hear it for these 4 teams in this match. Come on, show them some love.
All right, before we release scores of the previous match, I have an important announcement to make. We are starting alliance selection at 5 p.m. All teams should have one representative in the hallway queuing area at 4:50 by 4:55 at the latest to get ready for alliance selection. We are asking that all adults please go to the Bendix Theater area to watch alliance selection so we can prioritize youth sitting in here during the alliance selection process. Youth and at least one mentor can be in here, but we're asking all other adults to go across the way to the Bendix area. All right, let's go ahead and see that score for qualification 111. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, who won with a score of 310 to 264. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 113, which is our third to last match of the day. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24809 Minerva from Wong, Thailand. And their alliance partner team 19047 Raven Tech HD from Hyonadada, Romania. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 18802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And their alliance partner team 26260 Root -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, check that out on the Red Alliance. It's 24-809 Minerva. They're scoring and looking for that sample all at the same time, making good use of these precious 30 seconds these teams need if they want to increase their ranking before alliance selection. On the red side, we've got 4 specimen up. We've got 1 specimen up for blue, and another goes into the high basket by 18-802 Robo Renegades.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now we're into driver controlled. Robo Renegades are looking to fix some issues there with their robot technically, trying to get reconnected. There we go. They've sprung to life. 19047 Raven Tech HD on the backside for the Red Alliance, quickly cycling those samples. All right, now they're going to start trading a sample for a specimen, strategy that's been working very well for teams today. Drop it off, pick up a specimen, keep cycling back and forth. More samples being dropped off by Minerva, team 24-809 on the front side of the field for red. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Red has the lead. Blue Alliance is going to continue fighting back. 18-802, Robo Renegades on the backside. Root -4, 26-260. Now on the front side for the Blue Alliance. They're looking for another specimen. They've got a few left outside the field. They're going to try to get those up onto the high chamber. 45 seconds left. Red has broken the 300 mark on their score, and they're continuing to go quickly. Another specimen going in for red. One more there. There's one left outside the field and one more on the wall. They're going to retry that other one. It gets increasingly difficult to score on that chamber as it fills up. These teams are determined. Only a couple of clips left on the outside for Red. Blue Alliance working to continue scoring in the high basket. 15 seconds left. Red Alliance still scoring. Minerva not slowing down at all. Raventech HD not slowing down at all. Blue Alliance looking to score in the last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Nice job.
All right, let's take a quick look at those scores for match 112. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for one of 169 points against 103. Before we start this next match, just a reminder that we are doing alliance selection at 5 p.m. We are asking that all adults go over across the hall to the Bendix Arena for alliance selection so we can prioritize the youth being here for the main part of the event. Each team should send one student over to the queuing area for alliance selection, and just a heads up, we will be consolidating into one stream on just the Clark division during the alliance selection. All right, I'm going to do a quick announcement on teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 8579, Classical Engineers, and their alliance partner team 14739, Metal Benders. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4224, Why Not Robots, and their alliance partner 4780, Robolution. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
2 matches left, 114 and 115. Teams know this is their final chance to influence the rankings. Any points they can score here in auto will affect that ranking pretty significantly right after the ranking score. Specimens up and on. 2 now for the Blue Alliance, 1 for Red. Looking to make it a second. They get it. 14-7-39. Got 1 sample up, a little caught up on the basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go into driver-controlled. Red with a slight lead, 56-40. Blue Alliance is going to look to make that up. Both these robots springing to life. 42-24. Why Not Robots? Quickly cycling those samples on the back side of the field. 14-7-39. Metal Benders for the Red Alliance, looking to cycle their samples on the front side of the field. And in the meantime, we've got 1 bot on blue, 1 bot on red that are getting samples to their human player to start turning those into specimen. Blue Alliance has taken the lead now, 82-72, a close match. The difference of 1 specimen up on that high chamber. Both Metal Benders and Classical Engineers on the red side have continued their scoring. We've got Metal Benders on the front side, scoring into the high basket. Classical Engineers on the side, scoring onto their chamber. They're looking for specimen number 5. Just short there, lining up with another clip. It pops off, looking to match the Blue Alliance's 5 now. All right, we're even up on the chambers, 5 and 5. It's a 4-point difference, folks. 134 to 138, 35 seconds left. And here we go. Few specimen laying in the submersible from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance now looking for 1 more specimen over on the wall. 158, 164. It's an 8-point difference. Red looking to extend the lead. 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice job, everybody.
All right, with the conclusion of that match, let's take a look at the score results from match 113. All right, the Red Alliance wins at a score of 409 to 158 against the Blue Alliance. We did assign a yellow card during this match on Team 18802 Robo Renegades for extension beyond the field perimeter. All right, we're here on our last match on the Clark division. Is everyone excited? All right. We're going to get started here shortly. Let's announce our teams really quickly. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 10136 Frost Robo Falcons. And their alliance partner, 15450 Da Vinci Dragons Thunder. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. And their alliance partner, 19434 Redstone EXE. All right, let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
The final match of Clark Division qualification matches. It's here. All four of our robots flying around the field in their one last shot to adjust their rankings and show off what they can do. 101.36. That's Frost Robo Falcons from Livonia, Michigan. They're flying in towards the submersible, going to possibly try and intake a sample if they can. Not quite able to get it, though, as the autonomous time counts down.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of those robots. 3 of the 4 moving around. All 4 moving around now. Looking on the Blue Alliance side of the field, 24685 Lovington Black Cats from Lovington, New Mexico. They just grabbed a neutral sample from inside the submersible. Got stuck in their robot briefly, but it fell right back out, and they're able to keep on moving. Loading in their bucket. Up they go. There it is. High basket for 8 points right to there. 19-4-34. That's Redstone EXE grabbing a Blue Alliance sample from the submersible, taking it down to the observation zone where their human player can snap a clip onto it. They bring in another sample to continue building up a nice stockpile for their Alliance's use. 15450 Da Vinci Dragons Thunder from El Paso, Texas. They're reaching into the submersible, lining up with a sample, looking to grab it if they can. Not quite able to get it, but there they go. Bringing that sample to their observation zone, boosting a very significant supply of specimens that their human player has prepared for them. They line up their claw and grab it, going over to score the first specimen for the Red Alliance, but they have plenty more waiting for them as 50 seconds remain. 45 seconds to go. Both alliances working to score. 19-4-34 Redstone EXE. They're building up their own stash of they're using their own specimen stash to build up their own score on that high chamber. As we hear that whistle, both alliances need to start thinking about how they want to finish out this match and their qualification round, as everyone's going up high, dropping off the samples and specimens as needed. First Ascent may be coming in now as something just popped on the field. Everyone does appear to still be moving around, so hopefully it wasn't mission critical for anybody. Frost was up but falls back to the floor in the final 5 seconds as teams move for some parks and time expires.
All right, let's take a look at those scores from qualification match 114. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 223 points to 206. We'll post scores here for 115 as soon as they're ready. As a reminder, Alliance selection is slated to start at 5 p.m. We are asking that all teams send one representative to the queuing area by 4:50 to 4:55 at the latest to get ready for Alliance selection. We are also asking that all adults go to the Bendix Theater across the hall for Alliance selection so we can prioritize having the students sit in the main arena. Thank you. Right, we have those scores for match 115. It's a 7-point difference, so it's a close match. And congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a score of 223 to Red Alliance's 216. Congratulations, teams. We'll see you here shortly for Alliance selection.
Check 1 2. Hey, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Whole house 1 2.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Good to go. Good to go. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. This is the microphone. Getting that? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, Michiana. You know the one thing we haven't done enough of this weekend? Hit it. Come on. We have not done anywhere near enough dancing this weekend. Let's go. Come on.
Good evening, Michiana. What a great day of qualification matches so far. It's now time to move on to the playoff portion of the competition. But first, with 92 teams overall and 46 teams competing in each division, we need to form the 8 alliance for each division that will compete to become the Into the Deep presented by RTX winners here at the Michiana Premier event. Here is how we select alliances. First, we will announce the top 8 ranked teams for each division. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performances in the qualification matches. After the number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the highest ranked and unpicked team will then make their selection. We continue this process until we have 8 complete alliances for each division. Each alliance will be made up of 2 teams. The student representative from the highest ranked team on an alliance is that alliance's captain. After an alliance captain extends an invitation to join their alliance, one representative from the invited team will come up and either accept or decline the invitation. If a team declines an invitation to become an alliance partner, that team may not be invited to join any other alliance. The declining team does not, however, lose their right to select another team if they become an alliance captain. For example, if the number 1 ranked team picks the number 8 ranked team and they decline, the number 8 ranked team keeps their right to be an alliance captain, and the number 1 ranked team will need to extend their invitation to another team. The number 8 ranked team cannot be invited to join another alliance. If the 8th ranked team accepts the invitation, the 9th highest ranked team will move into that position. Throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and possible collaborative strategies in the playoff rounds. This is where we see the scouting come into play as teams decide who to partner with. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance to play out the rest of the event with. Once we have 8 complete alliances, we will begin the playoff matches, which play in a double elimination bracket. Playoff matches will be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. In a double elimination tournament, all alliances will start off in the upper bracket, where they will play 1 match against another alliance. The losing team will drop to the lower bracket and face a new alliance in the next round. After they have lost a second time, they will be eliminated from the tournament. There's a lot on the line here. Let's meet the teams by starting with Marty over on the Thompson division.
Let's all welcome the number 8 seed Team 8620 Wormgear Warriors from the Metro Area Robotics Society, Family and Community, Edwardsville, Illinois, USA.
Please welcome the number 8 seed team on the Clark division, Team 23641 Cube Robot from their family community team from Palo Alto, California, USA.
And now let's welcome the number 7 seed on Thompson, Team 11329 Ice Robotics. Sponsored by the Raymond Foundation, IU Lady School of Information Computing and Engineering, Hans Almeyer, Indiana Department of Education, Bisbell Charitable Foundation, Gene Haas Foundation, Boston Scientific Robo Boosters Inc., the Quadrant FRC Team 3494, NAVC Warfare Centers, Crane Family Community from Bloomington, Indiana. Mouth.
All right, and now please welcome the number C team on the Clark division, Team 28596 Hypernova, which is a family community team from Fremont, California.
The number 6 seed team on Thompson is Team 5189 Wolves Robotics from San Antonio, Texas. Sponsored by PDS-CNC Aero Precision, Avia San Antonio, Alamo City Law Firm, Unitech, Go Build a First in Texas Family Community Foundation.
Now please welcome the number 6 seed team on the Clark division, Team 212682, the Golden Ratio, sponsored by the Love Family Christian Foundation, Baxter, Swiss Automation, General Kinetics, Camcraft, Coilcraft, Gene Haas, Honeywell, AMT, Vivid Seats, and their family and community team from Cary, Illinois.
The number 5 seed on Thompson is Team 15569, the Robo Rattlers Green from North Las Vegas, Nevada, sponsored by Tesla, the Gene Haas Foundation, and Mojave High School.
Now please welcome the number 5 seed team on the Clark division, Team 9879 Root -1, sponsored by the University of Arkansas Department of Industrial Engineering, Cassidy Children's Center, their family and community team from Springdale, Arkansas.
The number 4 seed on Thompson is Team 18142 Fusion from San Diego, California, sponsored by Dave's Hot Chicken, Sane Smart, Fusion Education Inc., Matter Hackers, Databricks, and the family and community.
Now please welcome the number 4 seed team on the Clark division, Team 14906 Leviathan Robotics. They're sponsored by Tulsa Connect, Divine Dental, Bama Pie, and 4-H, and they're from Tulsa.
The number 3 seed on Thompson's Team 10355 Project Peacock from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Tulsa Robotics Center, Corporate Woods, IRM's Society of American Military Engineers, Third Branch Engineering, ONOC, Tulsa Connect, Tulsa Engineering Foundation, Frog Britches Quilts, Bama Companies, and designed by Schaefer and 4-H.
Now please welcome the number 3 seed team on the Clark division, Team 24809 Minerva. They're sponsored by Dow Thailand Group and the Prince Royal College, and they're from Muang, Thailand.
The number 2 seed on the Thompson field is Team 26949, the Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. Huzzah! Sponsored by 3D Consulting Group, LLC, OEC, Fiber Argosy Foundation, and the Homeschool.
Now please welcome the number 2 seed on the Clark Division, Team 10644 Cybugs from Saline Middle School in Saline, Michigan.
And finally, the number 1 seed on Thompson. Congratulations to Team 17962, Row 2D2 from Plesny, Romania, sponsored by the National College.
Our number 1 seed on the Clark Division is also from Romania. It's Team 19047, Raven Tech HD, sponsored from Hunedoara, Romania.
Now we will begin picking our alliances. And as the number 1 seed, you are guaranteed to be an alliance captain. So here, have this lovely bucket cap indicating your status in the room. What team number would you like to ally with for the competition?
Team 17962 graciously invites Team 11329 Ice Robotics.
11329 Ice Robotics, where are you? Do you accept?
Team 11329 would love to chill with Row 2D2.
Very good. We've got our first alliance. And I need someone else to fill in here. Mark, who do we bring into the number 8 position? Say it again. 5037. Come on down. You are now the number 8 seed. Over to you, Emily.
All right, back here on the Clark Division, Team 19047, who would you like to invite to be your alliance partner?
Team 19047, Raventech HD, wants to invite Team 28596, Hypernova.
28596 Hypernova, do you accept this invitation?
Team 28596 Hypernova graciously accepts.
All right, that's our seed 1.
Royal Society of Robotics, who would you like to ally with?
The Royal Society of Robotics, Team 26949, royally invites Team 10355, Project Peacock.
Project Peacock. Well, you're in a really convenient location. Here is your Alliance Captain hat. What say you, Peacocks?
Team 10355 Project Peacock graciously accepts.
There we go. We've got 2 alliances. And Mark, who do we need to bring in next? 27674. Hirochi, 27674. Over to you, Emily.
All right, since Team 28596 was already the captain of our 7-seed alliance, we need to bring up another captain. So Team 23641 Cube Robot can now shift up to become the captain of our 7th seed. And now please welcome our new captain of the 8th seed alliance on the Clark Division, Team 19053 Homo Sapiens from Bourgeois, Romania. Now, Cybugs, who's our current 2nd seed, who would you like to invite to be your alliance partner?
Team 10644 Cybugs would graciously like to invite Team 24809 Minerva.
Minerva, would you like to accept or decline?
Team 24809 PRCTC Minerva graciously accept.
All right. With that, we have a whole lot of shifting to do because Minerva was our seed 3. So that means that now everyone shifts up a spot. So Team 14906 Leviathan Robotics becomes our 3rd seed. Root -1 becomes our 4th seed. The Golden Ratio becomes our 5th seed. Cube Robot becomes our 6th seed. Homo Sapiens becomes our 7th seed. And please welcome our 8th seed alliance, Team 13356 RoboForce from Fremont, California. Now let's take it back to Marty on the Thompson division.
All right, we are here with the driver from Team Fusion. Here's your magic hat. It's styling, I'm telling you. Who do you want to join with?
Team 18142 Fusion would graciously like to invite Team 22105 Runtime Terror.
22105 Runtime Terror, where are you? And what say you, Runtime Terror?
San Diego. San Diego.
Yes.
Team 22105 Runtime Terror graciously accepts.
They accept. I don't have to move anybody this time. Go ahead, Emily.
All right. 14906 Leviathan Robotics, who would you like to invite?
Team 14906 Leviathan Robotics would like to graciously invite Team 20936 the Royal Engineers.
All right. Royal Engineers, do you accept or decline?
Team 20936 would like to graciously accept.
All right, perfect. That's going to be our third seed. Back to Marty on the Thompson division.
I'm here with the Robo Rattlers. Who would you like to join with today?
Team 11569 would like to invite Team 9974 Thor.
9974 Thor. Coming from the field, what say you, Thor?
Team 9974 graciously accepts.
We accept, and we have no rotations. Back to you, Emily.
All right, one moment. I'm having a technical difficulty. All right, I'm here with our fourth seed on the Clark division, 9879, root negative one. Who would you like to invite?
Firstly, we would like to thank the Gears organization for inviting us to this event. And Team 9879, root -1, imagines a great relationship with Team 19053, Homo sapiens.
All right, Homo sapiens, would you like to accept or decline?
Team 19053, Homo sapiens, graciously declines this alliance.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So that doesn't
They've
mess
got
up our
plans.
order, but it does mean that root -1 needs to rethink their invite. Who would you like to invite?
Team 9879, root -1, imagines a great relationship with 23641, Cube Robot.
All right, Cube Robot, would you like to accept or decline this invite?
23641 Cube Robot graciously accepts.
All right, perfect. Cube Robot, go ahead and join root -1 as your alliance partner. Since Cube Robot was our 7th seed alliance captain, we do have to do another shift. This means that Team 19053 Homo sapiens becomes our 6th seed alliance captain, with our 7th seed alliance captain being 13356 RoboForce. And now we have a new 8th seed alliance captain, which is Team 10136 Frost RoboFalcons from Livonia, Michigan. And with that, we can go back to Marty on the Thompson division.
I'm standing here with Team 5189, Wolves Robotics. Talk to me. Who are you thinking about?
Team 5189, Wolves Robotics, graciously invites Team 25679, Cosmobots.
25679 Cosmobots. And
Team 25679 graciously accepts.
that came from the field, and I'm good. Emily, back to you.
All right. I'm here with our 5th seed alliance captain, Team 12682, the Golden Ratio. Golden Ratio, who would you like to invite?
Team 12682, the Golden Ratio, would like to graciously invite Team 13356 RoboForce.
All right, Team 13356 RoboForce, would you like to accept or decline?
Team 13356 RoboForce graciously accepts.
All right, so RoboForce has accepted. This once again changes our alliance captain lineup. Team 11036 Frost RoboFalcons can now shift up to become the captain of our 7th seed alliance, and we're going to welcome a new 8th seed captain, which is Team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics from Lakeville, Illinois. Back to Marty over on the Thompson division.
All right, I'm standing here with Team 8620 Worm Gear Warriors. Here is your fashionable bucket hat. And who are we going to ask to join us?
Team 8620, the Worm Gear Warriors, graciously invites Team 17792 Amigos Droids.
Amigos Droids. And do we accept?
Team 17792 Amigos Droids graciously accept.
Congratulations. And I'm okay on this side, Emily. Back to you.
All right, I'm here with our 6-seed Alliance captain on the Clark division, team 19053, Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, who would you like to invite to be a part of your alliance?
Team 19053 Homo sapiens graciously invites Team 14270 Quantum Robotics.
Team 14270, Quantum Robotics. Would you like to accept or decline?
Team 14270 graciously accepts.
All right, there's our 6th seed. Back to Marty on the Thompson division.
Hey, I am standing here with Team 5037 Got Robot. Here is your fancy bucket hat. You can put that on and tell me, who are you going to invite?
Team 5037 Got Robot would like to invite 7209 Tech Hog Robotics.
7209. And talk to me, Jack. What you thinking?
Team 7209 Tech Hog Robotics graciously accepts.
Graciously accepts. I'm good at my end. Emily, back to you.
All right, I'm here with our 7-seed Alliance captain on the Clark division, team 10136, Frost Robo Falcons. Frost Robo Falcons, who would you like to invite to be a part of your alliance?
On behalf of Team 10136, Livonia Public Schools, and all of our sponsors, we'd like to graciously invite Team 23344.
Team 23344, Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. Technical Turbulence, would you like to accept or decline the invite?
23344 Technical Turbulence graciously accepts.
All right, there's our 7th seed. Back to Marty on the Thompson division.
I am over here with our number 8 seed, 27647 Hiroshi, and I believe they know whether you get this lovely hat. Take your hat, right? You got to have the hat. And then you said you wanted who?
Ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing, 9415. What say you, 9415?
Team 9415 Ranch Dressing graciously accepts the invitation.
There you go. We've got 8 alliances. Emily, round it out. Your turn.
All right, I'm here with the 8-seed captain for the Clark division, team 11848, Spare Parts Robotics. Spare Part Robotics, who would you like to invite to be a part of your alliance?
Spare Parts Robotics, Team 11848 would like to graciously invite Team 14596 Accelerate.
All right, team 14596, Accelerate. Would you like to accept or decline this invitation?
Team 14596 would love to accelerate this alliance.
Amazing. That's all of our alliances here on the Clark division. Well done, everyone. If you're part of the alliance captains, we should have y'all stick around to do a meeting with our head referee. Otherwise, Marty, unless you have any additional remarks, I believe we're good to go.
Pits are closing in 30 minutes. Competition starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't forget to come back for the band tonight.
Maybe not. That's Scott. Right. Oh, okay.